An account of the voyages undertaken by the order of His Present Majesty for making discoveries in the Southern Hemisphere, and successively performed by Commodore Byron, Captain Carteret, Captain Wallis, and Captain Cook, in the Dolphin, the Swallow, and the Endeavour, drawn up from the journals which were kept by the several commanders, and from the papers of Joseph Banks, Esquire, by John Hawksworth, Legum Doctor, in 3 volumes. Volume 1, Book 3. An account of a voyage round the world in the years 1766, 1767, 1768, and 1769. By Philip Carteret, Esquire, Commander of His Majesty's sloop, the Swallow. Chapter 1. The run from Plymouth to Madeira, and from thence through the Strait of Magellan. Soon after I returned from a voyage round the world with the Honourable Commodore Byron, I was appointed to the command of His Majesty's sloop, the Swallow, by a commission bearing date the 1st of July 1766. The Swallow then lay at Chatham, and I was ordered to fit her out with all possible expedition. She was an old ship, having been in the service 30 years, and was, in my opinion, by no means fit for a long voyage, having only a slight, thin sheathing upon her bottom, which was not even filled with nails to supply the want of a covering that would more effectually keep out the worm. I had been given to understand that I was to go out with the Dolphin, but the disparity of the 2 ships and the difference in their equipment made me think that they could not be intended for the same duty. The Dolphin, which was sheathed with copper, being supplied with everything that was requisite for a long and dangerous navigation, and the Swallow having only a scanty supply of common necessaries. However, I ventured to apply for a forge, some iron, a small skiff, and several other things which I knew by experience would be of the utmost importance if it was intended that I should make another voyage round the world. But I was told that the vessel and her equipment were very fit for the service she was to perform, and none of the requisites for which I applied were allowed me. I was therefore confirmed in my opinion that, if the Dolphin was to go round the world, it could never be intended that I should go farther than Falkland's Islands, where the Jason, a fine frigate, which was, like the Dolphin, sheathed with copper and amply equipped, would supply my place. I was, however, deficient in junk, an article which is essentially necessary in every voyage, and for this I applied when I got to Plymouth, but I was told that a quantity sufficient for both the ships had been put on board the Dolphin. On Friday, the 22nd of August, 1766, the ship's company having the evening before received 2 months' pay, I weighed and made sail from Plymouth Sound in company with the Dolphin, under the command of Captain Wallis and the Prince Frederick storeship, commanded by Lieutenant James Brine. We proceeded together without any remarkable incident till the 7th of September, when we came to an anchor in Madeira Road. While I lay at this place, not being yet acquainted with my destination, I represented my want of junk, and the reply that had been made to my application for a supply by the Commissioner at Plymouth, in a letter to Captain Wallis, who sent me 500 weight. This quantity, however, was so inadequate to my wants that I was soon afterwards reduced to the disagreeable necessity of cutting off some of my cables to save my rigging. On the 9th, very early in the morning, the lieutenant acquainted me that, in the night, 9 of my best men had secretly set off from the ship to swim on shore, having stripped themselves naked and left all their clothes behind them, taking only their money, which they had secured in a handkerchief that was tied round their waist. That they proceeded together till they came very near the surf, which breaks high upon the shore, and that one of them, being then terrified at the sound, had swum back again to the ship and been taken on board, but that the rest had ventured through. As the loss of these men would have been very severely felt, I immediately sat down to write a letter to the consul, entreating his assistance to recover them. But, before I had finished it, he sent me word that all of them having, to the great astonishment of the natives, been found naked on the beach, they had been taken into custody and would be delivered up to my order. The boat was dispatched immediately, and as soon as I heard they were on board, I went upon the deck. I was greatly pleased to see a contrition in their countenances, which at once secretly determined me not to inflict the punishment by which they seemed most heartily willing to expiate their fault. But I asked them what could have induced them to quit the ship and desert the service of their country at the risk of being devoured by sharks or dashed to pieces by the surf against the shore. They answered that though they had indeed at such risks ventured to swim on shore, they never had any intention of deserting the ship, which they were determined to stand by as long as she could swim. But that being well assured they were going a long voyage, and none being able to tell who might live or who might die, they thought it hard not to have an opportunity of spending their own money, and therefore determined, as they said, once more to get a skinful of liquor and then swim back to the ship, which they hoped to have done before they were missed. As I had resolved to remit their punishment, I did not too severely scrutinize their apology, which the rest of the ship's company, who stood round them, seemed very much to approve. But observing that with a skinful of liquor they would have been in a very unfit condition to swim through the surf to the ship, I told them that hoping they would for the future expose their lives only upon more important occasions, and that their conduct would thenceforward give me no cause of complaint. I would for this time be satisfied with the shame and regret which I perceived they suffered from a sense of their misbehaviour. I then admonished them to put on their clothes and lie down, as I was confident they wanted rest, and added that as I might possibly during the course of the voyage have occasion for good swimmers, I was very glad that I knew to whom I might apply. Having thus dismissed these honest fellows from their fears, I was infinitely gratified by the murmur of satisfaction which instantly ran through the ship's company, and was afterwards amply rewarded for my lenity, there being no service during all the toils and dangers of the voyage which they did not perform, with a zeal and alacrity that were much to their honour and my advantage, as an example to the rest. We sailed again on the 12th, and I was then first acquainted with the particulars of our voyage by Captain Wallis, who gave me a copy of his instructions and appointed Port Famine in the Strait of Magellan to be the place of rendezvous if we should happen to be separated. I was now convinced that I had been sent upon a service to which my vessel and her equipment were by no means equal, but I determined at all events to perform it in the best manner I was able. We proceeded on our voyage without any remarkable event till we anchored off Cape Virgin Mary, where we saw the Patagonians, of which I have given some account in a letter to Dr. Matty, which was published in the 60th volume of the Transactions of the Royal Society, and which it is not necessary here to repeat, as it is in general the same as those which have been given by Commodore Byron and Captain Wallis. When we entered the strait, I was ordered to keep ahead of the Dolphin and the storeship, to pilot them through the shoals, but my ship worked so ill that we could but very seldom make her tack without the help of a boat to tow her round. However, with much labour, and at no inconsiderable risk, we anchored in Port Famine on Friday the 26th of December. At this place, we unhung our rudder and added a piece of wood to it in hopes that by making it broader, we should obtain some advantage in working the ship, in which, however, we were altogether disappointed. After many difficulties and dangers, we got into Island Bay on the 17th of February, and before we made sail again, I represented the condition of my ship by letter to Captain Wallis, and requested him to consider what was best for His Majesty's service, whether she should be dismissed or continue the voyage. Captain Wallis replied that as the Lords of the Admiralty had ordered the Swallow on this service, with the nature of which I was well acquainted, he did not think himself at liberty to alter her destination. We continued, therefore, for some time to navigate the strait together, and as I had passed it before, I was ordered to keep ahead and lead the way, with liberty to anchor and weigh when I thought proper. But perceiving that the bad sailing of the Swallow would so much retard the Dolphin as probably to make her lose the season for getting into high southern latitudes and defeat the intention of the voyage, I proposed to Captain Wallis that he should lay the Swallow up in some cove or bay, and that I should attend and assist him with her boats till the strait should be passed, which would probably be in much less time than if he continued to be retarded by my ship. and I urged as an additional advantage that he might complete not only his stock of provisions and stores, but his company out of her, and then send her back to England, with such of his crew as sickness had rendered unfit for the voyage, proposing also that in my way home I would examine the eastern coast of Patagonia, or attempt such other discoveries as he should think proper. If this was not approved, and my knowledge of the South Seas was thought necessary to the success of the voyage, I offered to go with him on board the Dolphin and give up the Swallow to be commanded by his first lieutenant, whose duty I would perform during the rest of the voyage, or to make the voyage myself with only the Dolphin if he would take the Swallow back to Europe. But Captain Wallis was still of opinion that the voyage should be prosecuted by the two ships jointly, pursuant to the orders that had been given. The Swallow was now become so foul that with all the sails she could set, she could not make so much way as the Dolphin, with only her topsails and a reef in them. We continued in company, however, till Friday the 10th of April, when the western entrance of the strait was open and the great South Sea in sight. Hitherto I had, pursuant to my directions, kept ahead, but now the Dolphin being nearly abreast of us, set her foresail, which soon carried her ahead of us. And before 9 o'clock in the evening, as she shewed no lights, we lost sight of her. We had a fine eastern breeze, of which we made the best use we could during the night, carrying all our small sails, even to the top-gallant studding sails, notwithstanding the danger to which it exposed us. But at daybreak the next morning, we could but just see the Dolphin's topsails above the horizon. We could perceive, however, that she had studding sails set, and at 9 o'clock we had entirely lost sight of her. We judged that she was then clear of the strait's mouth, but we, who were still under the land, had but light and variable airs. From this time I gave up all hope of seeing the Dolphin again till we should arrive in England, no plan of operation having been settled, nor any place of rendezvous appointed, as had been done from England to the strait. I thought myself the more unfortunate in this separation, as no part of the woolen cloth, linen, beads, scissors, knives, and other cutlery ware, and toys, which were intended for the use of both ships, and were so necessary to obtain refreshments from Indians, had, during the 9 months we had sailed together, been put on board the Swallow, and as we were not provided either with a forge or iron, which many circumstances might render absolutely necessary to the preservation of the ship. I had the satisfaction, however, to see no marks of despondency among my people, whom I encouraged by telling them that although the Dolphin was the best ship, I did not doubt but that I should find more than equivalent advantages in their courage, ability, and good conduct. At noon, this day, we were abreast of Cape Pillar, when, a gale springing up at southwest, we were obliged to take down our small sails, reef our topsails, and haul close to the wind. Soon after it freshened to west-southwest. Blowing right in from the sea, and after making 2 boards, we had the mortification to find that we could not weather the land on either tack. It was now almost dark, the gale increased, driving before it a hollow swell, and a fog came on, with violent rain. We therefore got close under the south shore, and sent our boat ahead to find out Tuesday's Bay, which is said by Sir John Narborough to lie about 4 leagues within the strait, or to find out any other place in which we might come to an anchor. At 5 o'clock we could not see the land, notwithstanding its extreme height, though we were within less than half a mile of it, and at 6, the thickness of the weather having rendered the night so dark that we could not see half the ship's length, I brought to for the boat, and was indeed, with good reason, under great concern for her safety. We hoisted lights, and every now and then made a false fire, but still doubting whether they could be seen through the fog and rain. I fired a gun every half hour, and at last had the satisfaction to take her on board, though she had made no discovery either of Tuesday's Bay or any other anchoring place. We made sail the rest of the night, endeavouring to keep near the south shore and our ground to the westward as much as possible, and as soon as it was light the next morning, I sent the master again out in the cutter, in search of anchorage on the south shore. I waited in a state of the most painful suspense for her return, till 5 o'clock in the afternoon, fearing that we should be obliged to keep out in this dangerous pass another night. But I then saw her sounding a bay, and immediately stood in after her. In a short time the master came on board, and to our unspeakable comfort, reported that we might here come safely to an anchor. This, with the help of our boat, was effected about 6 o'clock, and I went down into my cabin to take some rest. I had, however, scarcely lain down, before I was alarmed with a universal shout and tumult among the people, all that were below running hastily upon the deck and joining the clamour of those above. I instantly started up, imagining that a gust had forced the ship from her anchor and that she was driving out of the bay. But when I came upon the deck, I heard the people cry out, "The Dolphin! The Dolphin!" in a transport of surprise and joy which appeared to be little short of distraction. A few minutes, however, convinced us that what had been taken for a sail was nothing more than the water which had been forced up and whirled about in the air by one of the violent gusts that were continually coming off the high land, and which, through the haze, had a most deceitful appearance. The people were for a few minutes somewhat dejected by their disappointment, but before I went down, I had the pleasure to see their usual fortitude and cheerfulness return. The little bay where we were now at anchor lies about 3 leagues east by south from Cape Pillar. It is the first place which has any appearance of a bay within that cape, and bears south. By about 4 leagues from the island, which Sir John Narborough called Westminster Hall, from its resemblance to that building in a distant view. The western point of this bay makes a very remarkable appearance, being a perpendicular plane like the wall of a house. There are 3 islands, about 2 cables' length within its entrance, and within those islands a very good harbour, with anchorage in between 25 and 30 fathom, with a bottom of soft mud. We anchored without the islands, the passage on each side of them being not more than 1/4 of a cable's length wide. Our little bay is about 2 cables' length broad, the points bearing east and west of each other. In the inner part there is from 16 to 18 fathom, but where we lay it is deeper. We had one anchor in 17 fathom, and the other in 45, with great overfalls between them, and rocks in several places. Here we rode out a very hard gale, and the ground being extremely uneven, we expected our cables to be cut in 2 every minute. Yet when we weighed, to our great surprise, they did not appear to have been rubbed in any part, though we found it very difficult to heave them clear of the rocks. The land round this bay and harbour is all high, and as the current sets continually into it, I doubt not but it has another communication with the sea, to the south of Cape Deseada. The master said he went up it 4 miles in a boat, and could not then be above 4 miles from the Western Ocean, yet I still saw a wide entrance to the SW. The landing is everywhere good. There is plenty of wood and water, and mussels and wild geese in abundance. From the north shore of the western end of the Strait of Magellan, which lies in about latitude 52 degrees and a half south to latitude 48 degrees, the land, which is the western coast of Patagonia, runs nearly north and south, and consists wholly of broken islands, among which are those that Sharp has laid down by the name of the Duke of York's Islands. He has indeed placed them at a considerable distance from the coast, but if there had been many islands in that situation, it is impossible but that the Dolphin, the Tamar, or the Swallow must have seen them, as we ran near their supposed meridian, and so did the Dolphin and the Tamar the last voyage. Till we came into this latitude, we had tolerable weather and little or no current in any direction. But when we came to the northward of 48 degrees, we found a current setting strongly to the north, so that probably we then opened the Great Bay, which is said to be 90 leagues deep. We found here a vast swell from the NW, and the winds generally blew from the same quarter. Yet we were set every day 12 or 15 miles to the northward of our account. On Wednesday the 15th, at about 4 o'clock in the morning, after surmounting many dangers and difficulties, we once more got abreast of Cape Pillar, with a light breeze at SE and a great swell. Between 5 and 6 o'clock, just as we opened Cape Deseada, the wind suddenly shifted to S and S by W and blew so hard that it was with great difficulty we could carry the reefed topsails. The sudden changing of the wind and its excessive violence produced a sea so dreadfully hollow that great quantities of water were thrown in upon our deck, so that we were in the utmost danger of foundering. Yet we did not dare to shorten sail, it being necessary to carry all we could spread in order to weather the rocky islands which Sir John Narborough has called the Islands of Direction, for we could not now run back again into the strait without falling down among the broken land and incurring the dangers of the northern shore, which was to leeward. Towards this broken land, however, and lee shore, the ship settled very fast, notwithstanding our utmost efforts. In this pressing emergency, we were obliged to stave all the water casks upon the deck and between decks to clear the vessel and to make her carry better sail, and at length happily escaped the danger which threatened us. After we got clear of these islands and drew off from the strait's mouth and the land, we found the sea run more regularly from the southwest, and the wind, soon after coming from south-southwest to south-southeast, we had by noon got a pretty good offing, about 9 leagues from Cape Victory, which is on the north shore. Thus we cleared the western entrance of this strait, which, in my opinion, is too dangerous for navigation. A deliverance which happened in the very crisis of our fate, for almost immediately afterwards the wind came again to the SW, and if it had continued in that quarter, our destruction would have been inevitable. The First Voyage of Captain James Cook, edited by John Hawksworth, Volume 1, Book 3. An account of a voyage round the world in the years 1766, 1767, 1768, and 1769, by Philip Carteret, Esquire, commander of His Majesty's sloop, the Swallow. Chapter 2. The passage from Cape Pillar at the western entrance of the Strait of Magellan to Masafuero, with some account of that island. I took my departure from Cape Pillar, which I make to lie in the latitude of 52 degrees 45 minutes south and in the longitude 75 degrees 10 minutes west of the meridian of London, and as soon as I got clear of the strait, steered to the northward along the coast of Chile. Upon examining what quantity of fresh water we had now on board, I found that it amounted only to between 4 and 5 and 20 tons, which I thought not sufficient for so long a voyage as was probably before us. I therefore hauled to the northward, intending to make the island of Juan Fernandez, or Masafuero, that we might increase our stock before we sailed to the westward. In the middle of the night of the 16th, we had the wind first to the south-southeast, and then to the southeast, with which we kept away northwest and north-north. W in high spirits, hoping that in a short time we should be in a more temperate climate. We had the misfortune, however, very soon to find ourselves disappointed, for on the 18th the wind came to the NNW and blew directly from the point upon which we were steering. We had now got about 100 leagues from the strait's mouth. Our latitude was 48 degrees 39 minutes south, and we were, by account, 4 degrees 33 minutes west of Cape Pillar. But from this time till the 8th of May, the wind continued unfavourable, and blew a continued storm, with sudden gusts still more violent, and much rain and hail, or rather fragments of half-melted ice. At intervals also we had thunder and lightning, more dreadful than all the past, and a sea which frequently laid the whole vessel under water. From the time of our clearing the strait, and during our passage along this coast, we saw a great number of seabirds, particularly albatrosses, gannets, shearwaters, and a thick, lumpish bird, about as big as a large pigeon, which the sailors call a Cape of Good Hope hen. They are of a dark brown or blackish colour, and are therefore sometimes called the black gull. We saw also a great many pintado birds of nearly the same size, which are prettily spotted with black and white, and constantly on the wing, though they frequently appear as if they were walking upon the water, like the petrels, to which sailors have given the name of Mother Carey's chickens, and we saw also many of these. In the evening of Monday the 27th, which was very dark, as we were standing to the westward under our courses, and a close reefed topsail, the wind, in a hard squall, suddenly shifted and took the vessel right ahead. The violent jerk with which the sails were instantly thrown aback was very near carrying the masts away by the board and oversetting the ship. The sails being at this time extremely wet, and the gale in the highest degree violent, they clung so fast to the masts and rigging that it was scarcely possible to get them either up or down. Yet by the dexterous activity of our people, we got the main sail up, clewed up the main topsail, and got the ship's head round without receiving much damage. The violence of the wind continued several hours, but before morning it veered again to the northwest, and continued in that quarter till the afternoon of the 29th, when it died away, and we had a dead calm for 6 hours. During this time we had a high sea, which ran in great confusion from all quarters, and broke against the ship in a strange manner, making her roll with so violent and sudden a motion that I expected every moment to lose our masts. The wind afterwards sprung up at west-southwest, which was fair, and we carried all the sail we could set to make the most of it. It blew very hard in this direction, with heavy rain for a few hours, but by noon on the 30th it returned to its usual quarter, the NW, and was so violent as to bring us again under our courses, there being at the same time a prodigious swell, which frequently broke over us. At 5 o'clock the next morning, as we were lying to under the reefed mainsail and balanced mizzen, a vast sea broke over the quarter where the ship's oars were lashed, and carried away 6 of them with the weathercloth. It also broke the mizzen gaff close where the sail was reefed, and the iron strap of one of the main dead eyes, laying the whole vessel for some time under water. We were, however, fortunate enough to haul up the mainsail without splitting, though it blew a hurricane and a deluge of rain, or rather of half-melted ice, at the same time poured down upon us. The wind soon after shifted again from northwest to south. And for about an hour, blew, if possible, stronger than ever. This wind made the ship come up with her head right against the vast sea which the northwest wind had raised, and at every pitch which she made against it, the end of the bowsprit was under water, and the surge broke over the forecastle as far aft as the mainmast, in the same manner as it would have broke over a rock, so that there was the greatest reason to apprehend she would founder. With all her defects, she was indeed a good sea-boat, and if she had not, it would have been impossible for her to have outlived this storm, in which, as well as on several other occasions, we experienced the benefit of the bulkheads which we had fixed on the forepart of the half-deck, and to the after part of the forecastle. Notwithstanding this wind was fair, we durst not venture to put the ship before it, for if in wearing any of these enormous seas had broken on her side, it would inevitably have carried away all before it. After some time, however, it became more moderate, and we then got up our yards and made sail, steering north by west, and now the men having been up all night and being wet to the skin, I ordered every one of them a dram. By the next morning, the 2nd of May, the wind came again to the northwest and north-northwest, but by this time we had got down the broken mizzen gaff, repaired it as well as we could, got it up again in its place, and bent the sail to it. But we now most sensibly felt the want of a forge and iron. On the 3rd day, at daybreak, we found the rudder chain broken, and upon this occasion we again most feelingly regretted the want of a forge. We made, however, the best shift we could, and the next day, the weather being more moderate, though the wind was still contrary, we repaired our rigging, and the carpenters fixed a new dead eye where the old one had been broken. The sailmaker also was busy in mending the sails that had been split. On the 5th, we were again brought under our courses by a hurricane from the north by west and north-northwest, and the ship was tossed about with such violence that we had no command of her. During this storm, 2 of our chain plates were broken, and we continued toiling in a confused hollow sea till midnight, when a light gale sprung up at north. Which soon blew very hard. But at 2 in the morning, we were again taken right ahead by a sudden and violent squall at west, which at once threw all our sails aback, and before we could get the ship round, was very near carrying all by the board. With this gale, we stood north, and in the forenoon, the carpenters fixed new chain plates to the main shrouds, and one to the fore shrouds in the place of those which had been broken in the squall during the night. This was another occasion on which it was impossible not to regret the want of a forge and iron. The gale continued in this direction till 8 in the morning of the 7th, when it returned to the NW with unsettled weather. On the 8th, it came to south, and this was a fine day, the first we had seen after our leaving the Strait of Magellan. Our latitude at noon was 36 degrees 39 minutes south, and we were about 5 degrees to the westward of Cape Pillar. The next day, we made the island of Masafuero, and on the 10th, the island of Juan Fernandez. In the afternoon, we got close to the eastermost part of it, and soon after hauled round the north end and opened Cumberland Bay. As I did not know that the Spaniards had fortified this island, I was greatly surprised to see a considerable number of men about the beach, with a house and 4 pieces of cannon near the waterside, and a fort about 300 yards farther from the sea, just upon the rising of the hill, with Spanish colours flying on the top of it. This fort, which is faced with stone, has 18 or 20 embrasures, and within it a long house, which I suppose to be barracks for the garrison. 5 and 20 or 30 houses of different kinds are scattered round it, and we saw much cattle feeding on the brow of the hills, which seemed to be cultivated, as many spots were divided by enclosures from each other. We saw also 2 large boats lying on the beach. The gusts of wind, which came right out of this bay, prevented my going so near as I intended, for they were so violent as to oblige us many times to let fly our topsail sheets, though the sails were close reefed. And I think it is impossible to work a ship into this bay when the wind blows hard from the southward. As we stood across the bay to the westward, one of the boats put off from the shore and rowed towards us. But perceiving that the gusts, or flaws, made us lie at a considerable distance from the land, she went in again. We then opened West Bay, on the east part of which, close to the seaside, is a small house, which I took for a guardhouse, and 2 pieces of cannon mounted upon their carriages, without any works about them. We now wore, and stood again for Cumberland Bay, but as soon as we opened it, the boat again put off and made towards us. As the hard gusts would not permit us to come any nearer to the land than before, we stood along it to the eastward, the boat still making after us till she was very far out of the bay. At length it grew dark, and we lost sight of her, upon which we made all the sail we could to the eastward. During all this time I hoisted no colours, having none but English on board, which at this time I did not think it proper to show. As I was disappointed of wood and water at this place, and of the refreshments of which, after the dangers and fatigue of our voyage through the strait and our passage from it, we stood in the most pressing need, I made all the sail I could for the island of Masafuero. On the 12th of May, we arrived off the southeastermost part of it, but it blowing hard with a great sea, we did not dare to come near it on this side, and therefore went round to the west side, where in the evening we cast anchor upon an excellent bank, sit to receive a fleet of ships, which, in the summer, might ride here with great advantage. I sent out both the boats to endeavour to get some water, but they found it impossible to land, for the beach is rocky, and the surf at this time was so great that the swimmers could not get through the breakers. This was the more mortifying, as we saw a fine run of fresh water from the ship, with plenty of trees fit for firewood, and a great number of goats upon the hills. The next morning, as soon as it was light, I sent the boats out again to examine any place where they could get on shore. They returned with a few casks of water, which they had filled at a small rill, and reported that the wind being at southeast blew so strong on the east side of the island and raised so great a sea that they could not come near the shore. We continued here till the 15th, at daybreak, and then, the weather becoming more moderate, we weighed, and in the evening, just at sunset, we anchored on the east side of the island, in the same place where Commodore Byron had anchored about 2 years before. We lost no time, but immediately got off 15 casks of water and sent a number of men on shore with others that were empty to be filled against the next morning and a strong party to cut wood. But it happened that about 2 o'clock in the morning, a hard gale of wind came on from the NW with violent gusts from the shore, which drove us off the bank, though we had 2 anchors ahead, which were in the utmost danger of being lost. We got them up, however, with great difficulty, and immediately set the sails and worked under the lee of the island, keeping as near the shore as we could. The weather soon afterwards became more moderate, so that we could carry double-reefed topsails. We had also very smooth water, yet we could not make the ship tack, and were forced to wear her every time we wanted to go about. At daybreak, though we were at a good distance from the shore, I sent the cutter to get off a load of water, before the surf should be so great upon the beach as to prevent her landing. About 10 o'clock, the wind came to the NNE, which enabled us to get within a little distance of the watering place, and we might have recovered our anchoring ground upon the bank from which we had been driven. But the weather had so bad an appearance, and the gale freshened so fast, that we did not think it prudent to venture. We brought to, however, as near the shore as possible for the advantage of smooth water to unload the cutter, which soon after came alongside with 12 casks of water. As soon as we had taken these on board, I sent the cutter again for another freight, and as we were at a very little distance from land, I ventured to send our longboat, a clumsy, heavy, 4-oared vessel, with provisions for the people on shore, and orders to bring back a load of water if she could get it. As soon as these boats were dispatched, we made a tack off to keep our ground. At noon, it blew hard, with heavy rain and thick weather, and at one, as we were standing in again, we saw the boats running along the shore for the lee part of the island, this side being open to the wind. We therefore followed them, and brought to as near the shore as possible to favour their coming on board. They presently made towards us, and we hoisted them in, but the sea was now risen so high that in doing it they received considerable damage, and we soon learnt that they found the surf so great as not to be able even to land their empty water casks. We continued to lie to, under a balanced mizzen, off the lee part of the island all the afternoon, and although all hands had been constantly employed ever since the ship had been driven off her anchoring ground, the carpenters worked all night in repairing the boats. At 4 o'clock in the morning, the island bore west of us, being 4 leagues distant, and right to windward. We had now a fine gale and smooth water, and about 10 o'clock we fetched very near to the south part of it, and with the help of the boat made the ship tack. As it was not probable that with such a vessel we could regain the anchoring ground, I took advantage of our being so near the shore, though at a good distance from the watering place, to send the cutter for another load. In the meantime, I stood on and off with the ship, and about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the cutter brought her freight of water on board. I inquired of the lieutenant after the people on shore, and he told me that the violent rain which had fallen in the night had suddenly brought down such torrents of water through the hollow or gully where they had taken up their station, that they were in the utmost danger of being swept away before it. And though, with great difficulty, they saved themselves, several of the casks were entirely lost. It was now too late for the boat to make another turn to the place where we had hitherto got our water. But Mr. Erasmus Gower, the lieutenant, whose diligence and ability in all our dangers and distress I cannot sufficiently commend, having, as he returned with the cutter, observed that many runs of water had been made by the night's rain on that part of the island which was nearest to us, and knowing how impatient I was of delay, offered to go thither with the boat and fill as many casks as she could bring back. I gladly accepted this offer. Mr. Gower went away in the boat, and in the meantime I made a tack off with the ship. But before they had been gone an hour, the weather began to grow gloomy, and the wind to freshen. A heavy black cloud at the same time settled over the island so as to hide the tops of the hills, and soon after it began to thunder and lighten at a dreadful, as these appearances were very threatening. I stood in again towards the island in hopes of meeting with the boat. But though we ran in as close as we durst, we saw nothing of her. In the meantime, night came on, which the thickness of the weather rendered extremely dark. The gale increased, and it began to rain with great violence. In this situation, I laid her under a balanced mizzen, firing guns and burning false fires, as a guide to the boat, and not being able to account for her delay, I suffered the most distressful anxiety, and had indeed but too much reason to fear that she was lost. About 7 o'clock, however, to my unspeakable satisfaction, she came safe alongside, and as I had long seen a storm gathering, which I expected every moment to burst upon us, we got her in with all possible expedition. It was indeed happy for us all that no time was lost, for before she could be got into her place, the squall came on, which in a moment laid the ship down in a surprising manner, and broke the mizzen gaff just where the sail was reefed, so that if another minute had passed before the boat had been got in, we must inevitably have lost her, and every soul on board would have perished. This wind and weather continued till midnight, when it became somewhat more moderate, so that we were able to set our courses and topsails. In the meantime, I had inquired of Mr. Gower how it came to be so long before he returned to the ship, and he told me that after he had got to the place where he intended to fill the casks, 3 of the boat's crew had swum ashore with them for that purpose. But that, within a few minutes, the surf had risen so high and broke with such fury on the shore that it was impossible for them to get back to the boat. That being unwilling to leave them behind, especially as they were stark naked, he had waited in hopes that an opportunity might be found for their coming on board. But that, being intimidated by the appearance of the weather and the uncommon darkness of the night, he had at last, with whatever reluctance, been obliged to come on board without them. The situation of these poor fellows now furnished another subject of solicitude and anxiety. They were naked, upon a desolate island, at a great distance from the watering place where their shipmates had a tent, without food and without shelter, in a night of violent and incessant rain, with such thunder and lightning as in Europe is altogether unknown. In the evening of the 19th, however, I had the satisfaction to receive them on board, and to hear an account of their adventures from their own lips. As long as it was light, they flattered themselves, like their friends in the boat, that they should find an opportunity to return on board her. But afterwards, when the darkness of the night was broken only by the flashes of lightning and the tempest became every moment more violent, they knew that to reach the boat was impossible if it still remained in its station, and that most probably the people on board had provided for their own safety by returning on board the ship. To reach the tent of their shipmates during the darkness and tempest was equally beyond their power, and they were reduced to the necessity of passing such a night in such a place without the least defence against either the rain or the cold, which now began to be severely felt. Necessity is said to be ingenious, and they contrived to procure a temporary succedaneum both for apparel and a shed, by lying one upon another, each man alternately placing himself between the other two. In this situation, it may easily be believed that they longed most ardently for the dawn, and as soon as it appeared, they set out for the tent. They were obliged, however, to make their way along the seashore, for the inland country was impassable. Nor was this the worst, for they were frequently stopped by high, steep bluff points, which they were obliged to swim round at a considerable distance, for if they had not taken a compass, they would have been dashed to pieces against the rocks by the surf, and as it was, they were every moment in danger of being devoured by a shark. About 10 o'clock in the morning, however, they reached the tents, almost perished with hunger and cold, and were received with equal surprise and joy by their shipmates, who immediately shared with them such provisions and clothes as they had. When they came on board, I gave orders that they should have such refreshments as were proper, and remain in their hammocks the whole night. The next day, they were as hearty as if nothing had happened, nor did they suffer any farther inconvenience from the accident. These were 3 of the honest fellows who had swum naked from the ship at the island of Madeira to get a skinful of liquor. I now return to my narrative in the order of time. On the 18th, the weather was moderate, and in the evening we were within half a mile of the anchoring ground from which we had been driven. But the wind suddenly sailing and a current making against us, we could not reach it. We took advantage, however, of being so near the waterer's tent to send a boat on shore to inquire after the 3 men whose adventure has been just related, and soon after she brought them on board. The carpenters were all this time employed in making a new mizzen-gaff out of a gib-boom, and in the mean, while we were obliged to make shift with the old one, keeping the sail balanced. It continued a stark calm all the night, so that in the morning we found the current and the swell had driven us no less than 9 miles from the land. The weather, however, being good, I sent the cutter for a load of water, which she brought on board about 1 o'clock. Soon after, a breeze sprung up at NNW, and as we now approached the land very fast, I sent the boat on shore again for water. It happened, however, that before we could reach our anchoring ground, it again fell calm, and we were again kept off by the current. The boat, in the meantime, as she rowed along the shore, caught as much fish with hook and line as served all the ship's company, which was some alleviation of our disappointment. At 8 o'clock in the evening, it began again to blow hard with sudden squalls, so that we passed another toilsome and dangerous night. In the morning, having a stiff gale at northwest, we made towards our anchoring ground with all the sail we could spread, and happily regained it about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, when we anchored at 2 cables' length from the beach in 18 fathom, with a bottom of fine sand, and moored with a small anchor in shore. By the time the ship was properly secured, it was too late to proceed with our watering. The longboat, however, was sent along the shore to fish, and though before 7 o'clock it blew so hard that she was obliged to return, she brought fish enough on board to serve all the people. In the night we had foul weather, with hard squalls and much rain, and in the morning, the wind blowing with great violence along the shore, we frequently drove, though we had not less than 200 fathom of cable out. For the bank is a loose, fine sand that easily gives way. We rode out the storm, however, without damage, but the rain was so violent, and the sea ran so high, that nothing could be done with the boats, which was the more mortifying as it was, for the sake of completing our watering, that we had endured almost incessant labour for 5 days and nights to regain the situation in which we now lay. About 8 in the evening, the wind became more moderate, and though it was then too late to fetch off any water, we got out one of the boats and sent 3 men on shore, right abreast of the ship, to kill seals and make oil of their fat, for burning in lamps and other uses on board the ship. The wind blew very hard the next morning, as it had done all night, but being at west-northwest, which was off the land, we sent the boats away soon after it was light, and about 10 they returned with each of them a load of water and a great number of pintado birds. These birds they got from the people on shore, who told them that when a gale of wind happened in the night, they flew faster into their fire than they could well take them out, so that during the gale of the last night they got no less than 700 of them. The boats were employed in getting water on board all this day, although the surf was so great that several of the casks were staved and lost. They were sent out again a little before it was light the next day, and by 7 o'clock a few casks only were wanting to complete our stock. The threatening appearances of the weather made me now very impatient to get the people on board with the casks that were still at the watering place. As soon, therefore, as the boats were cleared of their loading, I dispatched them again, with orders to bring off all the hands, with the tent, and everything else that was on shore, with all possible expedition. From this time, the wind increased very fast, and by 11 o'clock it blew so hard with violent gusts from the land that the ship began to drive off the bank. We heaved the small anchor up and got it in out of the way of the other. The gale still increased, but as it was right off the land, I was in no pain about the ship, which continued to drive, still dragging the anchor through the sand, with 200 fathom of cable out, for being very solicitous to give the boats time to bring all on board before we were quite off the bank, I would not weigh. At 2 o'clock, however, the anchor was quite off the ground, and the ship was in deep water. We were now therefore obliged to bring the cable to the capstern, and with great difficulty we got the anchor up. The gusts off the land were so violent that, not daring to show any canvas, we lay to under our bare poles, and the water was frequently torn up and whirled round in the air much higher than our masts' heads. As the ship now drove from the island at a great rate, and night was coming on, I began to be in great pain for the boats, in which, besides my lieutenant, there were 28 of my best men. But just in the dusk of the evening, I perceived one of them scudding before the seas and making towards the ship. This proved to be the longboat, which, in spite of all the efforts of those on board, had been forced from her grappling and driven off the land. We took the best opportunity that offered to get her on board, but notwithstanding all our care, she received considerable damage as we were hoisting her in. She had on board 10 of my people, who informed me that when they were first driven from the shore, they had some firewood on board, but that they were obliged to throw that and everything else into the sea to lighten the boat. As we had yet seen nothing of the cutter, and had reason to fear that she also, with the tents and the other 18 people, besides the lieutenant, had been driven off the island, I gave her up for lost, knowing that if the night, which was now at hand, should overtake her in such a storm, she must inevitably perish. It was, however, possible that the people might be ashore, and therefore that if the boat should be lost, they might still be preserved. For this reason, I determined to regain the land as soon as possible. At midnight, the weather became more moderate, so that we could carry our courses and topsails, and at 4 o'clock in the morning we crowded all the sail we could make. At 10 o'clock, we were very near the shore. To our great concern, we saw nothing of the cutter, yet we continued to stand on till about noon, when we happily discovered her at a grappling close under the land. We immediately ran to our glasses, by the help of which we saw the people getting into her, and about 3 o'clock, to our mutual and inexpressible joy, she came safe on board with all her people. They were, however, so exhausted with fatigue that they could scarcely get up the ship's side. The lieutenant told me that the night before he had attempted to come off, but that as soon as he had left the shore, a sudden squall so nearly filled the boat with water that she was very near going to the bottom. But that all hands bailing with the utmost diligence and activity, they happily cleared her, that he then made for the land again, which, with the utmost difficulty, he regained, and having left a sufficient number on board the boat to watch her and keep her free from water, he with the rest of the people went on shore. That, having passed the night in a state of inexpressible anxiety and distress, they looked out for the ship with the first dawn of the morning, and seeing nothing of her, concluded that she had perished in the storm, which they had never seen exceeded. They did not, however, sit down torpid in despair, but began immediately to clear the ground near the beach of brushes and weeds, and cut down several trees of which they made rollers to assist them in hauling up the boat in order to secure her, intending, as they had no hope of the ship's return, to wait till the summer season, and then attempt to make the island of Juan Fernandez. They had now better hopes, and all sense of the dangers that were before us was for a while obliterated by the joy of our escape from those that were past. From the 16th, when we were first driven from our anchoring ground, to this time, we suffered an uninterrupted series of danger, fatigue, and misfortunes. The ship worked and sailed very ill, The weather was dark and tempestuous, with thunder, lightning, and rain, and the boats, which I was obliged to keep always employed, even when we were under sail, to procure us water, were in continual danger of being loft, as well by the hard gales which constantly blew, as by the sudden gusts which frequently rushed upon us with a violence that is scarcely to be conceived. This distress was the more severe as it was unexpected, for I had experienced very different weather in these parts about 2 years before with Commodore Byron. It has generally been thought that upon this coast the winds are constantly from the south to the southwest, though Fraser mentions his having had strong gales and high seas from the north, northwest and northwest quarter, which was unhappily my case. Having once more got my people and boats safe on board, I made sail from this turbulent climate, and thought myself fortunate not to have left anything behind me except the wood, which our people had cut for firing. The island of Masafuero lies in latitude 33 degrees 45 minutes south, longitude 80 degrees 46 minutes west of London. Its situation is west of Juan Fernandez. Both being nearly in the same latitude, and by the globe, it is distant about 31 leagues. It is very high and mountainous, and at a distance appears like one hill or rock. It is of a triangular form, and about 7 or 8 leagues in circumference. The south part, which we saw when we first made the island, at the distance of 3 and 20 leagues, is much the highest. On the north end, there are several spots of clear ground, which perhaps might admit of cultivation. The author of the account of Lord Anson's voyage mentions only one part of this island as affording anchorage, which is on the north side and in deep water. But we saw no part where there was not anchorage. On the west side in particular, there is anchorage at about a mile from the shore in 20 fathom, and at about 2.5 miles in 40 and 45 fathom, with a fine black sand at the bottom. This author also says that there is a reef of rocks running off the eastern point of the island, about 2 miles in length, which may be seen by the seas breaking over them. But in this he is mistaken. There is no reef of rocks, or shoal running off the eastern point, but there is a reef of rocks and sand running off the western side, near the south end of it. He is also mistaken as to the distance of this island from Juan Fernandez, and its direction, for he says the distance is 22 leagues, and the direction W by S, but we found the distance nearly 1/3 more, and the direction is due west, for, as I have before observed, the latitude of both islands is nearly the same. The goats that he mentions we found upon it in the same abundance, and equally easy to be caught. On the southwest point of the island, there is a remarkable rock with a hole in it, which is a good mark to come to an anchor on the western side, where there is the best bank of any about the place. About 1.5 miles to the northward of this hole, there is a low point of land, and from this point runs the reef that has been just mentioned in the direction of west, by S to the distance of about 3/4 of a mile, where the sea continually breaks upon it. To anchor, run in till the hole in the rock is shut in, about a cable's length upon this low point of land, then bearing south by east half-east, and anchor in 20 and 22 fathom, sign black sand and shells. There is anchorage also at several places on the other sides of the island, particularly off the north point, in 14 and 15 fathom, with fine sand. There is plenty of wood and water all round the island, but they are not to be procured without much difficulty. A great quantity of stones, and large fragments of the rock have fallen from the high land all round the island, and upon these there breaks such a surf that a boat cannot safely come within a cable's length of the shore. There is therefore no landing here but by swimming from the boat and then mooring her without the rocks. Nor is there any method of getting off the wood and water but by hauling them to the boat with ropes. There are, however, many places where it would be very easy to make a commodious landing by building a wharf, which it would be worthwhile even for a single ship to do if she was to continue any time at the island. This part of Masafuero is a very good place for refreshment, especially in the summer season. The goats have been mentioned already, and there is all round the island such plenty of fish that a boat may, with 3 hooks and lines, catch as much as will serve 100 people. Among others, we caught excellent coalfish, cavallies, cod, halibut, and crayfish. We took a kingfisher that weighed 87 pounds and was 5 feet and a half long, and the sharks were so ravenous that when we were sounding, one of them swallowed the lead, by which we hauled him above water. But as he then disgorged it, we lost him. The seals were so numerous that I verily think if many thousands of them were killed in a night, they would not be missed in the morning. We were obliged to kill great numbers of them, as, when we walked the shore, they were continually running against us, making at the same time a most horrible noise. These animals yield excellent train oil, and their hearts and plucks are very good eating, being in taste something like those of a hog, and their skins are covered with the finest fur I ever saw of the kind. There are many birds here, and among others some very large hawks. Of the pintado birds, our people, as I have before observed, caught no less than 700 in one night. We had not much opportunity to examine the place for vegetable productions, but we saw several leaves of the mountain cabbage, which is a proof that the tree grows here. The First Voyage of Captain James Cook, edited by John Hawksworth, Volume 1, Book 3. An account of a voyage round the world in the years 1766, 1767, 1768, and 1769, by Philip Carteret, Esquire, Commander of His Majesty's sloop, the Swallow. Chapter 3. The passage from Masafuero to Queen Charlotte's Islands, several mistakes corrected concerning Davis's land, and an account of some small islands, supposed to be the same that were seen by Quiros. When we took our departure from Masafuero, we had a great sea from the NW, with a swell of long billows from the southward, and the wind, which was from the S-west to the west-northwest, obliged me to stand to the northward, in hope of getting the southeast trade wind, for the ship was so dull a sailor that there was no making her go without a strong wind in her favour. Having thus run farther to the northward than at first I intended, and finding myself not far from the parallel of latitude which has been assigned to 2 islands called St. Ambrose and St. Felix or St. Paul, I thought I should perform an acceptable service by examining if they were sit for shipping to refresh at, especially as the Spaniards having fortified Juan Fernandez, they might be found convenient for Great Britain, if she should hereafter be engaged in a Spanish war. These islands are laid down in Green's charts, which were published in the year 1753, from latitude 26 degrees 20 minutes to 27 degrees south, and from 1 degree quarter to 2 degrees half west of Masafuero. I therefore hauled up with a design to keep in that latitude, but soon afterwards, consulting Robertson's Elements of Navigation, I found the island of St. Ambrose there laid down in latitude 25 degrees 30 minutes south and 82 degrees 20 minutes longitude west of London, and supposing that islands of so small an extent might be laid down with more exactness in this work than in the chart, I bore away more northward for that latitude. The event, however, proved that I should not have trusted him so far. I missed the islands, and as I saw great numbers of birds and fish, which are certain indications of land not far off, there is the greatest reason to conclude that I went to the northward of them. I am sorry to say that upon a farther examination of Robertson's tables of latitudes and longitudes, I found them erroneous in many particulars. This censure, however, if I had not thought it necessary to prevent future mischief, should have been suppressed. Upon examining the account that is given by Wafer, who was surgeon on board Captain Davis's ship, I think it is probable that these 2 islands are the land that Davis fell in with in his way to the southward from the Galapago Islands, and that the land laid down in all the sea charts under the name of Davis's Land has no existence, notwithstanding what is said in the account of Roggevein's voyage, which was made in 1722, of land that they called Eastern Island, which some have imagined to be a confirmation of Davis's discovery, and the same land to which his name has been given. It is manifest from Wafer's narrative that little credit is due to the account kept on board Davis's ship, except with respect to the latitude, for he acknowledges that they had like to have perished by their making an allowance for the variation of the needle westward instead of eastward. He tells us also that they steered south by east, half-east, from the Galapagos, till they made land in latitude 27 degrees 20 minutes south. But it is evident that such a course would carry them not to the westward, but to the eastward of the Galapagos, and set them at about the distance of 200 leagues from Capiapo, and not 500 leagues as he has alleged, for the variation here is not more than half a point to the eastward now, and it must have been still less then, it having been increasing to the eastward on all this coast. The course that Davis steered, therefore, if the distance between the islands of St. Ambrose and St. Felix and the Galapagos, as laid down in all our sea charts, is right, must have brought him within sight of St. Ambrose and St. Felix when he had run the distance he mentions. The truth is that if there had been any such place as Davis's land in the situation which has been allotted to it in our sea charts, I must have sailed over it, or at least have seen it, as will appear in the course of this narrative. I kept between the latitude 25 degrees 50 minutes and 25 degrees 30 minutes, in search of the islands I intended to examine, till I got 5 degrees to the westward of our departure, and then, seeing no land, and the birds having left us, I hauled more to the southward, and got into latitude 27 degrees 20 minutes south, where I continued till we got between 17 and 18 degrees to the westward of our departure. In this parallel we had light airs and foul winds, with a strong northerly current, which made me conjecture that we were near this Davis's land, for which we looked out with great diligence, but a fair wind springing up again, we steered west by south, which gradually brought us into the latitude of 28 degrees and a half south. So that it is evident I must have sailed over this land, or at least have seen it if there had been any such place. I afterwards kept in the latitude of 28 degrees for 40 degrees to the westward of my departure, or, according to my account, 121 degrees west of London, this being the highest south latitude the winds and weather would permit me to keep, so that I must have gone to the southward of the situation assigned to the supposed continent called Davis's Land in all our charts. We continued our search till Wednesday the 17th of June, when, in latitude 28 degrees south, longitude 112 degrees west, we saw many seabirds, which slew in flocks, and some rockweed, which made me conjecture that we were approaching or had passed by some land. At this time the wind blew hard from the northward, which made a great sea, but we had notwithstanding long rolling billows from the southward, so that whatever land was in that quarter could be only small rocky islands. And I am inclined to believe that if there was land at all, it was to the northward. Possibly it might be Roggevein's eastern island, which he has placed in latitude 27 degrees south, and which some geographers have supposed to be about 700 leagues distant from the continent of South America, if indeed any credit is to be given to his account. It was now the depth of winter in these parts, and we had hard gales and high seas that frequently brought us under our courses and low sails. The winds were also variable, and though we were near the tropic, the weather was dark, hazy, and cold, with frequent thunder and lightning, sleet and rain. The sun was above the horizon about 10 hours in the 24, but we frequently passed many days together without seeing him, and the weather was so thick that when he was below the horizon, the darkness was dreadful. The gloominess of the weather was indeed not only a disagreeable, but a most dangerous circumstance, as we were often long without being able to make an observation, and were, notwithstanding, obliged to carry all the sail we could spread, day and night, our ship being so bad a sailor, and our voyage so long, to prevent our perishing by hunger, which, with all its concomitant horrors, would otherwise be inevitable. We continued our course westward till the evening of Thursday, the 2nd of July, when we discovered land to the northward of us. Upon approaching it the next day, it appeared like a great rock rising out of the sea. It was not more than 5 miles in circumference and seemed to be uninhabited. It was, however, covered with trees, and we saw a small stream of fresh water running down one side of it. I would have landed upon it, but the surf, which at this season broke upon it with great violence, rendered it impossible. I got soundings on the west side of it, at somewhat less than a mile from the shore, in 25 fathom, with a bottom of coral and sand. And it is probable that in fine summer weather, landing here may not only be practicable, but easy. We saw a great number of seabirds hovering about it, at somewhat less than a mile from the shore, and the sea here seemed to have fish. It lies in latitude 20 degrees 2 minutes south, longitude 133 degrees 21 minutes west, and about 1,000 leagues to the westward of the continent of America. It is so high that we saw it at the distance of more than 15 leagues, and it having been discovered by a young gentleman, son to Major Pitcairn of the Marines, who was unfortunately lost in the Aurora, we called it Pitcairn's Island. While we were in the neighborhood of this island, the weather was extremely tempestuous, with long rolling billows from the southward, larger and higher than any I had seen before. The winds were variable, but blew chiefly from the south-southwest, west-northwest. We had very seldom a gale to the eastward, so that we were prevented from keeping in a high south latitude, and were continually driving to the northward. On the 4th, we found that the ship made a good deal of water, for having been so long labouring in high and turbulent seas, she was become very crazy. Our sails, also being much worn, were continually splitting, so that it was become necessary to keep the sailmaker constantly at work. The people had hitherto enjoyed good health, but they now began to be affected with the scurvy. While we were in the Strait of Magellan, I caused a little awning to be made, which I covered with a clean painted canvas that had been allowed me for a floor cloth to my cabin, and with this we caught so much rainwater, with but little trouble or attendance, that the people were never put to a short allowance of this important article. The awning also afforded shelter from the inclemency of the weather, and to these precautions I imputed our having escaped the scurvy so long, though perhaps it was in some measure owing to the mixture of spirit of vitriol with the water that was thus preserved, our surgeon putting a small quantity into every cask when it was filled up. On Saturday the 11th, we discovered a small, low, flat island, which appeared to be almost level with the water's edge, and was covered with green trees. As it was to the south, and directly to windward of us, we could not fetch it. It lies in latitude 22 degrees south, and longitude 141 degrees 34 minutes west, and we called it the Bishop of Osnaburgh's Island, in honour of His Majesty's second son. On the 12th, we fell in with 2 more small islands, which were covered with green trees, but appeared to be uninhabited. We were close in with the southernmost, which proved to be a slip of land in the form of a half-moon, low, flat, and sandy. From the south end of it, a reef runs out to the distance of about half a mile, on which the sea breaks with great fury. We found no anchorage, but the boat landed. It had a pleasant appearance, but afforded neither vegetables nor water. There were, however, many birds upon it, so tame that they suffered themselves to be taken by hand. The other island very much resembles this, and is distant from it about 5 or 6 leagues. They lie west, northwest, and east-southeast of each other. One of them is in latitude 20 degrees 38 minutes south, longitude 146 degrees west, the other 20 degrees 34 minutes south, longitude 146 degrees 15 minutes west, and we called them the Duke of Gloucester's Islands. The variation here is 5 degrees east. These islands are probably the land seen by Quiros, as the situation is nearly the same. But if not, the land he saw could not be more considerable. Whatever it was, we went to the southward of it, and the long billows we had here convinced us that there was no land near us in that direction. The wind here being to the eastward, I hauled to the southward again, and the next day, Monday the 13th, in the evening, as we were steering west. SW, we observed that we lost the long southerly billows, and that we got them again at 7 o'clock the next day. When we lost them, we were in latitude 21 degrees 7 minutes south, longitude 147 degrees 4 minutes west. And when we got them again, we were in latitude 21 degrees 43 minutes south, longitude 149 degrees 48 minutes west. So that I imagine there was then some land to the southward, not far distant. From this time to the 16th, the winds were variable from NE round by the N, the NW and SW, and blew very hard, with violent gusts, one of which was very near being fatal to us, with thick weather and hard rain. We were then in latitude 22 degrees south and 70 degrees 30 minutes west of our departure, where we found the variation 6 degrees 30 minutes east, and the tempestuous gales were succeeded by a dead calm. After some time, however, the wind sprung up again at west, and at length settled in the WSW, which soon drove us again to the northward, so that on the 20th we were in latitude 19 degrees south, longitude 75 degrees 30 minutes west. Of our departure, the variation was here 6 degrees east. On the 22nd, we were got into latitude 18 degrees south, longitude 161 degrees west, which was about 1,800 leagues to the westward of the continent of America, and in all this track we had no indication of a continent. The men now began to be very sickly, the scurvy having made great progress among them, and as I found that all my endeavours to keep in a high southern latitude at this time were ineffectual, and that the badness of the weather, the variableness of the winds, and above all the defects of the ship, rendered our progress slow, I thought it absolutely necessary to fix upon that course which was most likely to preserve the vessel and the crew. Instead, therefore, of attempting to return back by the southeast, in which, considering our condition and the advanced season of the year, it was scarcely possible that we should succeed, I bore away to the northward, that I might get into the trade wind, keeping still in such a track as, if the charts were to be trusted, was most likely to bring me to some island, where the refreshments of which we stood so much in need might be procured. Intending then, if the ship could be put into a proper condition, to have pursued the voyage to the southward when the fit season should return, to have attempted farther discoveries in this track, and, if I should discover a continent and procure a sufficient supply of provisions there, to keep along the coast to the southward till the sun had crossed the equinoctial, and then, getting into a high southern latitude, either have gone west about to the Cape of Good Hope, or returned to the eastward, and having touched at Falkland's Islands if necessary, made the best of my way from thence back to Europe. When I got into latitude 16 degrees south and not before, I found the true trade wind, and as we proceeded to the northwest and the northward, we found the variation increase very fast. For when we had advanced to latitude 18 degrees 15 minutes south, and were in longitude 80 degrees 45 minutes west of our departure, it was 7 degrees 30 minutes east. We had bad weather, with hard gales, and a great sea from the eastward till the 25th, when being in latitude 12 degrees 15 minutes south. We saw many birds flying in flocks, and supposed ourselves to be near some land, particularly several islands that are laid down in the charts, and one which was seen by Commodore Byron in 1765, and called the Island of Danger. None of these islands, however, could we see. At this time it blew so hard that although we went before the wind, we were obliged to reef our topsails, and the weather was still very thick and rainy. The next morning, being in latitude 10 degrees south, longitude 167 degrees west, we kept nearly in the same parallel, in hopes to have fallen in with some of the islands called Solomon's Islands, this being the latitude in which the southernmost of them is laid down. We had here the trade wind strong, with violent squalls and much rain, and continuing our course till Monday the 3rd of August. We were then in latitude 10 degrees 18 minutes south, longitude by account 177 degrees and a half east. Our distance west from the continent of America about 2,100 leagues, and we were 5 degrees to the westward of the situation of those islands in the charts. It was not our good fortune, however, to fall in with any land. Probably we might pass near some, which the thick weather prevented our seeing. For in this run, great numbers of seabirds were often about the ship. However, as Commodore Byron, in his last voyage, sailed over the northern limits of that part of the ocean in which the islands of Solomon are said to lie, and as I sailed over the southern limits without seeing them, there is great reason to conclude that if there are any such islands, their situation in all our charts is erroneously laid down. From the latitude 14 degrees south, longitude 163 degrees 46 minutes west. We had a strong gale from the southeast, which made a great sea after us, and from that time I did not observe the long billows from the southward till we got into latitude 10 degrees 18 minutes south, longitude 177 degrees 30 minutes east. And then it returned from the southwest and south-southwest, and we found a current setting to the southward, although a current in the contrary direction had attended us almost all the way from the Strait of Magellan. I conjectured, therefore, that here the passage opened between New Zealand and New Holland. The variation here was 11 degrees 14 minutes east. On the 5th, being in latitude 10 degrees half a degree south, longitude 175 degrees 44 minutes east, the variation was 11 degrees 15 minutes east, and on the 8th, in latitude 11 degrees south, longitude 171 degrees 14 minutes east. It was 11 degrees and a half east. About this time, we found our stock of log lines nearly expended, though we had already converted all our fishing lines to the same use. I was some time in great perplexity how to supply this defect, but upon a very diligent inquiry found that we had, by chance, a few fathom of thick, untarred rope. This, which in our situation was an inestimable treasure, I ordered to be untwisted, but as the yarns were found to be too thick for our purpose, it became necessary to pick them into oakum. And when this was done, the most difficult part of the work remained, for this oakum could not be spun into yarn, till, by combing, it was brought into hemp, its original state. This was not seaman's work, and if it had, we should have been at a loss how to perform it for want of combs. One difficulty, therefore, rose upon another, and it was necessary to make combs before we could try our skill in making hemp. Upon this trying occasion, we were again sensible of the danger to which we were exposed by the want of a forge. Necessity, however, the fruitful mother of invention, suggested an expedient. The armourer was set to work to file nails down to a smooth point, with which we produced a tolerable succedaneum for a comb. And one of the quartermasters was found sufficiently skilled in the use of this instrument to render the oakum so smooth and even that we contrived to spin it into yarn, as fine as our coarse implements would admit. And thus we made tolerable log lines, although we found it much more difficult than to make cordage of our old cables after they had been converted into junk, which was an expedient that we had been obliged to practice long before. We had also long before used all our sewing sail twine, and if, knowing that the quantity with which I had been supplied was altogether inadequate to the wants of such a voyage, I had not taken the whole quantity that had been put on board to repair the seine into my own custody, this deficiency might have been fatal to us all. The First Voyage of Captain James Cook, edited by John Hawksworth, Volume 1, Book 3. An account of a voyage round the world in the years 1766, 1767, 1768, and 1769, by Philip Carteret, Esquire, Commander of His Majesty's sloop, the Swallow. Chapter 4. An account of the discovery of Queen Charlotte's Islands, with a description of them and their inhabitants, and of what happened at Egmont Island. The scurvy still continued to make great progress among us, and those hands that were not rendered useless by disease were worn down by excessive labour. Our vessel, which at best was a dull sailor, had been long in so bad a condition that she would not work. And on the 10th, to render our condition still more distressful and alarming, she sprung a leak in the bows, which being under water, it was impossible to get at while we were at sea. Such was our situation, when on the 12th, at break of day, we discovered land. The sudden transport of hope and joy which this inspired can perhaps be equalled only by that which a criminal feels who hears the cry of a reprieve at the place of execution. The land proved to be a cluster of islands, of which I counted 7, and believe there were many more. We kept on for 2 of them, which were right ahead when land was first discovered, and seemed to lie close together. In the evening we anchored on the northeast side of one of them, which was the largest and the highest of the 2, in about 30 fathom, with a good bottom, and at the distance of about 3 cables' length from the shore. We soon after saw 2 of the natives, who were black, with woolly heads and stark naked. I immediately sent the master out with the boat to fix upon a watering place and speak to them, but they disappeared before she could reach the shore. The boat soon after returned with an account that there was a fine run of fresh water abreast of the ship and close to the beach, but that the whole country in that part being an almost impenetrable forest quite to the water's edge, the watering would be very difficult and even dangerous if the natives should come down to prevent it. That there were no esculent vegetables for the refreshment of the sick, nor any habitations as far as the country had been examined, which was wild, forlorn, and mountainous. Having considered this account, and finding that a swell, which came round the eastern part of the bay, would render watering troublesome and inconvenient, exclusive of the danger that might be apprehended from the natives if they should attack us from ambushes in the wood, I determined to try whether a better situation could not be found. The next morning, therefore, as soon as it was light, I dispatched the master with 15 men in the cutter, well armed and provided, to examine the coast to the westward, our present situation being on the lee of the island, for a place where we might more conveniently be supplied with wood and water, and at the same time procure some refreshments for the sick, and lay the ship by the stern to examine and stop the leak. I gave him some beads, ribbons, and other trifles, which by chance I happened to have on board, to conciliate the goodwill of the natives, if he should happen to meet with any of them, but at the same time enjoined him to run no risk, and gave him particular orders immediately to return to the ship if any number of canoes should approach him which might bring on hostilities. And if he should meet the Indians in small parties, either at sea or upon shore, to treat them with all possible kindness, so as to establish a friendly intercourse with them. Charging him, on no account to leave the boat himself, nor to suffer more than 2 men to go on shore at a time, while the rest stood ready for their defence. Recommending to him, in the strongest terms, an application to his duty, without regarding any other object, as the finding a proper place for the ship was of the utmost importance to us all, and conjuring him to return as soon as this service should be performed, with all possible speed. Soon after I had dispatched the cutter on this expedition, I sent the longboat with 10 men on board well armed to the shore, who before 8 o'clock brought off a ton of water. About 9, I sent her off again, but soon after seeing some of the natives advancing along the shore towards the place where the men landed, I made the signal for them to return, not knowing to what number they would be exposed, and having no boat to send off with assistance if they should be attacked. Our men had not long returned on board when we saw 3 of the natives sit down under the trees abreast of the ship. As they continued there gazing at us till the afternoon, as soon as the cutter came in sight, not caring that both the boats should be absent at the same time, I sent my lieutenant in the longboat with a few beads, ribbons, and trinkets to endeavour to establish some kind of intercourse with them, and by their means with the rest of the inhabitants. These men, however, before the boat could reach the shore, quitted their station and proceeded along the beach. As the trees would soon prevent their being seen by our people who were making towards the land, we kept our eyes fixed upon them from the ship, and very soon perceived that they were met by 3 others. After some conversation, the first 3 went on, and those who met them proceeded towards the boat with a hasty pace. Upon this, I made the signal to the lieutenant to be upon his guard, and as soon as he saw the Indians, observing that there were no more than 3, he backed the boat into the shore, and making signs of friendship, held up to them the beads and ribbons which I had given him as presents, our people at the same time carefully concealing their arms. The Indians, however, taking no notice of the beads and ribbons, resolutely advanced within bowshot, and then suddenly discharged their arrows, which happily went over the boat without doing any mischief. They did not prepare for a second discharge, but instantly ran away into the woods, and our people discharged some muskets after them, but none of them were wounded by the shot. Soon after this happened, the cutter came under the ship's side, and the first person that I particularly noticed was the master, with 3 arrows sticking in his body. No other evidence was necessary to convict him of having acted contrary to my orders, which appeared indeed more fully from his own account of the matter, which it is reasonable to suppose was as favourable to himself as he could make it. He said that having seen some Indian houses with only 5 or 6 of the inhabitants, at a place about 14 or 15 miles to the westward of the ship's station, where he had sounded some bays, he came to a grappling and veered the boat to the beach, where he landed with 4 men, armed with muskets and pistols. That the Indians at first were afraid of him and retired, but that soon after they came down to him, and he gave them some beads and other trifles, with which they seemed to be much pleased. That he then made signs to them for some coconuts, which they brought him, and with great appearance of friendship and hospitality, gave him a broiled fish and some boiled yams. That he then proceeded with his party to the houses, which, he said, were not more than 15 or 20 yards from the waterside, and soon after saw a great number of canoes coming round the western point of the bay, and many Indians among the trees. That being alarmed at these appearances, he hastily left the house where they had been received, and with the men made the best of his way towards the boat. But that, before he could get on board, the Indians attacked as well those that were with him as those that were in the boat, both from the canoes and the shore. Their number, he said, was between 300 and 400. Their weapons were bows and arrows. The bows were 6 feet 5 inches long, and the arrows 4 feet 4, which they discharged in platoons as regularly as the best disciplined troops in Europe. That it being necessary to defend himself and his people when they were thus attacked, they fired among the Indians to favour their getting into their boat, and did great execution, killing many and wounding more. That they were not, however, discouraged, but continued to press forward, still discharging their arrows by platoons in almost one continued flight. That the grappling being foul occasioned a delay in hauling off the boat, during which time he and half of the boat's crew were desperately wounded. That at last they cut the rope and ran off under their foresail, still keeping up their fire with blunderbusses, each loaded with 8 or 10 pistol balls, which the Indians returned with their arrows, those on shore wading after them breast high into the sea. When they had got clear of these, the canoes pursued them with great fortitude and vigour, till one of them was sunk, and the numbers on board the rest greatly reduced by the fire, and then they returned to the shore. Such was the story of the master, who, with 3 of my best seamen, died some time afterwards of the wounds they had received. But culpable as he appears to have been by his own account, he appears to have been still more so by the testimony of those who survived him. They said that the Indians behaved with the greatest confidence and friendship till he gave them just cause of offence, by ordering the people that were with him, who had been regaled in one of their houses, to cut down a cocoa-nut tree, and insisting upon the execution of his order, notwithstanding the displeasure which the Indians strongly expressed upon the occasion. As soon as the tree fell, all of them, except one, who seemed to be a person of authority, went away. And in a short time, a great number of them were observed to draw together into a body among the trees by a midshipman who was one of the party that were on shore, and who immediately acquainted the master with what he had seen and told him that from the behaviour of the people he imagined an attack was intended. That the master made light of the intelligence, and instead of repairing immediately to the boat, as he was urged to do, fired one of his pistols at a mark. That the Indian who had till that time continued with them then left them abruptly and joined the body in the wood. That the master, even after this, by an infatuation that is altogether unaccountable, continued to trifle away his time on shore and did not attempt to recover the boat till the attack was begun. As the expedition to find a better place for the ship had issued thus unhappily, I determined to try what could be done, where we lay. The next day, therefore, the ship was brought down by the stern, as far as we could effect it, and the carpenter, the only one of the crew who was in tolerable health, caulked the bows as far down as he could come at the bottom. And though he did not quite stop the leak, he very much reduced it. In the afternoon, a fresh gale set right into the bay, which made the ship ride with her stern very near the shore, and we observed a great number of the natives skulking among the trees upon the beach, who probably expected that the wind would have forced the ship on shore. The next morning, the weather being fine, we veered the ship close inshore with a spring upon our cable, so that we brought our broadside to bear upon the watering place for the protection of the boats that were to be employed there. As there was reason to suppose that the natives whom we had seen among the trees the night before were not now far distant, I fired a couple of shot into the wood before I sent the waterers ashore. I also sent the lieutenant in the cutter, well manned and armed, with the boat that carried them, and ordered him and his people to keep on board and lie close to the beach to cover the watering boat while she was loading, and to keep discharging muskets into the wood on each side of the party that were filling the water. These orders were well executed. The beach was steep, so that the boats could lie close to the people that were at work, and the lieutenant from the cutter fired 3 or 4 volleys of small arms into the woods before any of the men went on shore, and none of the natives appearing, the waterers landed and went to work. But notwithstanding all these precautions, before they had been on shore a quarter of an hour, a flight of arrows was discharged among them, one of which dangerously wounded a man that was filling water in the breast, and another stuck into a baraka on which Mr. Pitcairn was sitting. The people on board the cutter immediately fired several volleys of small arms into that part of the wood from which the arrows came, and I recalled the boats that I might more effectually drive the Indians from their ambuscades with grape shot from the ship's guns. When the boats and people were on board, we began to fire, and soon after saw about 200 men rush out of the woods and run along the beach with the utmost precipitation. We judged the coast to be now effectually cleared, but in a little time we perceived that a great number had got together on the westermost point of the bay, where they probably thought themselves beyond our reach. To convince them, therefore, of the contrary, I ordered a gun to be fired at them with round shot. The ball, just grazing the water, rose again and fell in the middle of them, upon which they dispersed with great hurry and confusion, and we saw no more of them. After this, we watered without any farther molestation, but all the while our boats were on shore, we had the precaution to keep firing the ship's guns into the wood on both sides of them, and the cutter, which lay close to the beach, as she did before, kept up a constant fire of small arms in platoons at the same time. As we saw none of the natives during all this firing, we should have thought that none of them had ventured back into the wood if our people had not reported that they heard groans from several parts of it, like those of dying men. Hitherto, though I had been long ill of an inflammatory and bilious disorder, I had been able to keep the deck. But this evening, the symptoms became so much more threatening that I could keep up no longer, and I was for some time afterwards confined to my bed. The master was dying of the wounds he received in his quarrel with the Indians. The lieutenant also was very ill, the gunner and 30 of my men incapable of duty, among whom were 7 of the most vigorous and healthy that had been wounded with the master, and 3 of them mortally, and there was no hope of obtaining such refreshments as we most needed in this place. These were discouraging circumstances, and not only put an end to my hopes of prosecuting the voyage farther to the southward, but greatly dispirited the people. Except myself, the master, and the lieutenant, there was no body on board capable of navigating the ship home. The master was known to be a dying man, and the recovery of myself and the lieutenant was very doubtful. I would, however, have made a further effort to obtain refreshments here if I had been furnished with any toys, iron tools, or cutlery ware which might have enabled me to recover the goodwill of the natives and establish a traffic with them for such necessaries as they could have furnished us with. But I had no such articles, and but very few others fit for an Indian trade, and not being in a condition to risk the loss of any more of the few men who were capable of doing duty, I weighed anchor at daybreak on Monday the 17th, and stood along the shore for that part of the island to which I had sent the cutter. To the island I had given the name of Egmont Island, in honor of the Earl. It certainly is the same to which the Spaniards have given the name of Santa Cruz, as appears by the accounts which their writers have given of it, and I called the place in which we had lain Swallow Bay. From the eastermost point of this bay, which I called Swallow Point, to the northeast point of the island, which I called Cape Byron, is about 7 miles east, and from the westermost point of the bay, which I called Hanway's Point, to Cape Byron is about 10 or 11 miles. Between Swallow Point and Hanway's Point, in the bottom of the bay, there is a third point, which does not run out so far. And a little to the westward of this point is the best anchoring place, but it is necessary to give it berth, as the ground near it is shoaly. When we were at anchor in this bay, Swallow Point bore east by north, and Hanway's Point west by northwest. From this point there runs a reef, on which the sea breaks very high. The outer part of this reef bore north. W by W, and an island which has the appearance of a volcano, was just over the breakers. Soon after we had passed Hanway's Point, we saw a small village, which stands upon the beach, and is surrounded by cocoa nut trees. It is situated in a bay between Hanway's Point and another, to which I gave the name of Howe's Point. The distance from Hanway's Point to Howe's Point is between 4 and 5 miles. Close to the shore, there is about 30 fathom of water, but in crossing the bay at the distance of about 2 miles, we had no bottom. Having passed Howe's Point, we opened another bay or harbour, which had the appearance of a deep lagoon, and which we called Carlisle Harbour. Over against the entrance of Carlisle Harbour and north of the coast, we found a small island, which we called Portland's Island. On the west side of this island, there is a reef of rocks that runs to the main. The passage into the harbour, therefore, is on the east side of it, and runs in and out east, northeast, and west-southwest. It is about 2 cables' length wide, and has about 8 fathom water. I believe the harbour within it to be good, but a ship would be obliged to warp both in and out, and would after all be in danger of an attack by the natives, who are bold even to temerity, and have a perseverance which is not common among undisciplined savages. When the ship was a mile from the shore, we had no ground with 50 fathom. About 4 or 5 miles west from Portland's Island is a fine, small, round harbour, just big enough to receive 3 ships, which we called Byron's Harbour. When we were abreast of the entrance of it, it bore from us south by east, 1/2 east, and the volcano island bore northwest, half a W. Our boat entered it, and found 2 runs of water, one fresh and the other salt. By the run of salt water, we judged that it had a communication with Carlisle Harbour. When we had proceeded about 3 leagues from the harbour, we opened the bay where the cutter had been attacked by the Indians, to which, for that reason, we gave the name of Bloody Bay. In this bay is a small rivulet of fresh water, and here we saw many houses regularly built, close to. The waterside stood one much longer than any of the rest, which seemed to be a kind of common hall or council house, and was neatly built and thatched. This was the building in which our people had been received who were on shore here with the master, and they told me that both the sides and floor were lined with a kind of fine matting, and a great number of arrows, made up into bundles, were hung up in it ready for use. They told me also that at this place there were many gardens or plantations, which were enclosed by a fence of stone and planted with coconut trees, bananas, plantains, yams, and other vegetables. The coconut trees we saw from the ship in great numbers among the houses of the village. About 3 miles to the westward of this town, we saw another of considerable extent, in the front of which, next to the waterside, there was a breastwork of stone, about 4 feet 6 inches high, not in a straight line, but in angles, like a fortification. And there is great reason to suppose, from the weapons of these people and their military courage, which must in great measure be the effect of habit, that they have frequent wars among themselves. As we proceeded westward from this place, we found, at the distance of 2 or 3 miles, a small bight, forming a kind of bay, in which a river empties itself. Upon taking a view of this river from the masthead, it appeared to run very far into the country, and at the entrance at least to be navigable for small vessels. This river we called Granville's River, and to the westward of it is a point, to which we gave the name of Ferrers's Point. From this point, the land forms a large bay, and near it is a town of great extent, which seemed to swarm like a beehive. An incredible multitude came out of it as the ship passed by, holding something in their hands which looked like a wisp of green grass, with which they seemed to stroke each other, at the same time dancing or running in a ring. About 7 miles to the westward of Point Ferrers is another that was called Carteret Point, from which a reef of rocks that appears above water runs out to the distance of about a cable's length. Upon this point, we saw a large canoe, with an awning or shade built over it, and a little to the westward, another large town, fronted and probably surrounded, with a breastwork of stone like the last. Here also the people thronged to the beach as the ship was passing, and performed the same kind of circular dance. After a little time, they launched several canoes, and made towards us, upon which we lay to, that they might have time to come up, and we conceived great hopes that we should prevail upon them to come on board. But when they came near enough to have a more distinct view of us, they lay upon their paddles and gazed at us, but seemed to have no design of advancing farther, and therefore we made sail and left them behind us. About 1/2 mile from Carteret Point, we had 60 fathom, with a bottom of sand and coral. From this point, the land trends away west-southwest, and SW forming a deep lagoon, at the mouth of which lies an island that with the main forms 2 entrances into it. The island we called Trevanian's Island. This entrance is about 2 miles wide, and the lagoon, if there is anchorage in it, is certainly a fine harbour for shipping. After crossing the first entrance, and coming off the northwest part of Trevanian's Island, which we called Cape Trevanian, we saw a great rippling, and therefore sent the boat off to sound. We had, however, no bottom with 50 fathom, the rippling being caused only by the meeting of the tides. Having hauled round this cape, we found the land trend to the southward, and we continued to stand along the shore till we opened the western passage into the lagoon between Trevanian's Island and the main. In this place, both the main and the island appeared to be one continued town, and the inhabitants were innumerable. We sent a boat to examine this entrance or passage, and found the bottom to be coral and rock with very irregular soundings over it. As soon as the natives saw the boat leave the ship, they sent off several armed canoes to attack her. The first that came within bowshot discharged her arrows at the people on board, who being ready, fired a volley by which one of the Indians was killed and another wounded. At the same time we fired a great gun from the ship, loaded with grape shot among them, upon which they all pulled back to the shore with great precipitation, except the canoe which began the attack, and that being secured by the boat's crew, with the wounded man in her, was brought to the ship. I immediately ordered the Indian to be taken on board, and the surgeon to examine his wounds. It appeared that one shot had gone through his head, and that his arm was broken by another. The surgeon was of opinion that the wound in his head was mortal. I therefore ordered him to be put again into his canoe, and, notwithstanding his condition, he paddled away towards the shore. He was a young man with a woolly head, like that of the Negroes, and a small beard, but he was well featured, and not so black as the natives of Guinea. He was of the common stature, and, like all the rest of the people whom we had seen upon this island, quite naked. His canoe was very small and of rude workmanship, being nothing more than part of the trunk of a tree made hollow. It had, however, an outrigger, but none of them had sails. We found this place to be the western extremity of the island on the north side, and that it lay in exactly the same latitude as the eastern extremity on the same side. The distance between them is about 50 miles due east and west, and a strong current sets westward along the shore. I was still confined to my bed, and it was with infinite regret that I gave up the hopes of obtaining refreshments at this place, especially as our people told me they saw hogs and poultry in great plenty as we sailed along the shore with cocoa-nut trees, plantains, bananas, and a variety of other vegetable productions, which would soon have restored to us the health and vigor we had lost by the fatigue and hardships of a long voyage. But no friendly intercourse with the natives could now be expected, and I was not in a situation to obtain what I wanted by force. I was myself dangerously ill. Great part of my crew, as I have already observed, was disabled, and the rest dispirited by disappointment and vexation. And if the men had been all in health and spirits, I had not officers to lead them on or direct them in any enterprise, nor even to superintend the duties that were to be performed on board the ship. These disadvantages, which prevented my obtaining refreshments at this island, prevented me also from examining the rest that were near it. Our little strength was every minute becoming less. I was not in a condition to pursue the voyage to the southward, and was in danger of losing the monsoon, so that no time was now to be lost. I therefore gave orders to steer northward, hoping to refresh at the country which Dampier has called Nova Britannia. I shall, however, give the best account I can of the appearance and situation of the islands that I left behind me. I gave the general name of Queen Charlotte's Islands to the whole cluster, as well to those that I did not see distinctly as to those that I did, and I gave several of them particular names as I approached them. To the southermost of the two, which when we first discovered land were right ahead, I gave the name of Lord Howe's Island, and the other was Egmont Island, of which some account has already been given. The latitude of Lord Howe's Island is 11 degrees 10 minutes south, longitude 164 degrees 43 minutes east. The latitude of Cape Byron, the northeast point of Egmont Island, is 10 degrees 40 minutes south, longitude 164 degrees 49 minutes east. The east sides of these two islands, which lie exactly in a line with each other, about north by west and south by east, including the passage between them, extend about 11 leagues, and the passage is about 4 miles broad. Both of them appear to be fertile and have a pleasant appearance, being covered with tall trees of a beautiful verdure. Lord Howe's Island, though more flat and even than the other, is notwithstanding high land. About 13 leagues west-northwest, half north by compass, from Cape Byron, there is an island of a stupendous height and a conical figure. The top of it is shaped like a funnel, from which we saw smoke issue, though no flame. It is, however, certainly a volcano, and therefore I called it Volcano Island. To a long slat island that, when Howe's and Egmont's islands were right ahead, bore NW. I gave the name of Keppel's Island. It lies in latitude 10 degrees 15 minutes south, longitude by account 165 degrees 4 minutes east, the largest of two others to the south. E. I called Lord Edgecombe's Island. The small one I called Aury's Island. Edgecombe's Island has a fine, pleasant appearance and lies in latitude 11 degrees 10 minutes south, longitude 165 degrees 14 minutes east. The latitude of Aury's Island is 11 degrees 10 minutes south, longitude 165 degrees 19 minutes east. The other islands, of which there were several, I did not particularly name. The inhabitants of Egmont Island, whose persons have been described already, are extremely nimble, vigorous, and active, and seem to be almost as well qualified to live in the water as upon the land, for they were in and out of their canoes almost every minute. The canoes that came out against us from the west end of the island were all like that which our people brought on board, and might probably, upon occasion, carry about a dozen men, though 3 or 4 managed them with amazing dexterity. We saw, however, others of a large size upon the beach, with awnings or shades over them. We got 2 of their bows and a bundle of their arrows from the canoe that was taken with the wounded man, and with these weapons they do execution at an incredible distance. One of them went through the boat's washboard and dangerously wounded a midshipman in the thigh. Their arrows were pointed with flint, and we saw among them no appearance of any metal. The country in general is woody and mountainous, with many valleys intermixed. Several small rivers flow from the interior part of the country into the sea, and there are many harbours upon the coast. The variation here was about 11 degrees 15 minutes east. The First Voyage of Captain James Cook, edited by John Hawkesworth, Volume 1, Book 3. An account of a voyage round the world in the years 1766, 1767, 1768, and 1769. By Philip Carteret, Esquire, Commander of His Majesty's sloop, the Swallow. Chapter 5. Departure from Egmont Island and passage to Nova Britannia, with a description of several other islands and their inhabitants. We made sail from this island in the evening of Tuesday the 18th of August, with a fresh trade wind from the eastward and a few squalls at times. At first we only hauled up WNW, for I was not without hope of falling in with some other islands, where we might be more fortunate than we had been at those we left before we got the length of Nova Britannia. On the 20th, we discovered a small, flat, low island and got up with it in the evening. It lies in latitude 7 degrees 56 minutes south, longitude 158 degrees 56 minutes east, and I gave it the name of Gower's Island. To our great mortification, we found no anchorage here, and could procure only a few cocoa nuts from the inhabitants, who were much the same kind of people that we had seen at Isle Egmont in exchange for nails and such trifles as we had. They promised, by signs, to bring us more the next day, and we kept off and on all night. The night was extremely dark, and the next morning, at daybreak, we found that a current had set us considerably to the southward of the island, and brought us within sight of 2 more. They were situated nearly east and west of each other, and were distant about 2 miles. That to the castward is much the smallest, and this we called Simpson's Island. To the other, which is lofty, and has a stately appearance, we gave the name of Carteret's Island. The east end of it bears about south from Gower's Island, and the distance between them is about 10 or 11 leagues. Carteret's Island lies in about the latitude 8 degrees 26 minutes south, longitude 159 degrees 14 minutes east, and its length from east to west is about 6 leagues. We found the variation here 8 degrees 30 minutes east. Both these islands were right to windward of us, and we bore down to Gower's Island. It is about 2 leagues and a half long on the western side, which makes in bays. The whole is well wooded, and many of the trees are cocoa nut. We found here a considerable number of the Indians, with 2 boats or canoes, which we supposed to belong to Carteret's island, and to have brought the people hither only to fish. We sent the boat on shore, which the natives endeavoured to cut off, and hostilities being thus commenced, we seized their canoe, in which we found about 100 cocoa nuts, which were very acceptable. We saw some turtle near the beach, but were not fortunate enough to take any of them. The canoe, or boat, was large enough to carry 8 or 10 men, and was very neatly built, with planks well jointed. It was adorned with shell work, and figures rudely painted, and the seams were covered with a substance somewhat like our black putty, but it appeared to me to be of a better consistence. The people were armed with bows, arrows, and spears. The spears and arrows were pointed with flint. By some signs which they made, pointing to our muskets, we imagined they were not wholly unacquainted with firearms. They are much the same kind of people as we had seen at Egmont Island, and like them were quite naked, but their canoes were of a very different structure and a much larger size, though we did not discover that any of them had sails. The cocoa nuts which we got here and at Egmont Island were of infinite advantage to the sick. From the time of our leaving Egmont Island, we had observed a current setting strongly to the southward, and in the neighbourhood of these islands we found its force greatly increased. This determined me, when I sailed from Gower's Island, to steer NW, fearing we might otherwise fall in with the main land too far to the southward. For if we had got into any gulf or deep bay, our crew was so sickly and our ship so bad that it would have been impossible for us to have got out again. About 8 o'clock in the morning of the 22nd, as we were continuing our course with a fine, fresh gale, Patrick Dwyer, one of the Marines, who was doing something over the ship's quarter, by some accident missed his hold and fell into the sea. We instantly threw overboard the canoe which we had seized at Gower's Island, brought the ship to, and hoisted out the cutter with all possible expedition. But the poor fellow, though remarkably strong and healthy, sunk at once, and we saw him no more. We took the canoe on board again, but she had received so much damage by striking against one of the guns, as the people were hoisting her overboard, that we were obliged to cut her up. In the night of Monday the 24th, we fell in with 9 islands. They stretch nearly NW by W and SE by E about 15 leagues, and lie in latitude 4 degrees 36 minutes south, longitude 154 degrees 17 minutes east, according to the ship's account. I imagine these to be the islands which are called Ohang Java and were discovered by Tasman, for the situation answers very nearly to their place in the French chart, which in the year 1756 was corrected for the King's ships. The other islands, Carteret's, Gower's and Simpson's, I believe had never been seen by an European navigator before. There is certainly much land in this part of the ocean not yet known. One of these islands is of considerable extent. The other 8 are scarcely better than large rocks. But though they are low and flat, they are well covered with wood and abound with inhabitants. The people are black and woolly-headed, like the Negroes of Africa. Their weapons are bows and arrows, and they have large canoes which they navigate with a sail, one of which came near us, but would not venture on board. We went to the northward of these islands, and steered west by south with a strong southwesterly current. At 11 o'clock at night, we fell in with another island of a considerable extent, flat, green, and of a pleasant appearance. We saw none of its inhabitants, but it appeared by the many fires which we saw in the night to be well peopled. It lies in latitude 4 degrees 50 minutes south and bears west 15 leagues from the northernmost of the 9 islands, and we called it Sir Charles Hardy's Island. At daybreak the next morning we discovered another large high island, which, rising in 3 considerable hills, had, at a distance, the appearance of 3 islands. We gave it the name of Winchelsea's Island. It is distant from Sir Charles Hardy's Island about 10 leagues in the direction of south by east. We had here the wind squally, with unsettled weather, and a very strong westerly current. About 10 o'clock in the morning of the 26th, we saw another large island to the northward, which I suppose to be the same that was discovered by Schouten and called the Island of St. John. Soon after we saw high land to the westward, which proved to be Nova Britannia, and as we approached it, we found a very strong SS westerly current, setting at the rate of no less than 32 miles a day. The next day, having only light winds, a northwesterly current set us into a deep bay or gulf, which proved to be that which Dampier has distinguished by the name of St. George's Bay. On the 28th, we anchored in a bay near a little island at the distance of about 3 leagues to the NW of Cape St. George, which was called Wallace's Island. I found the latitude of this cape to be about 5 degrees south, and its longitude by account 152 degrees 19 minutes east, which is about 2,500 leagues, due west from the continent of America, and about 1.5 degrees more to the eastward than its place in the French chart which has been just mentioned. In the afternoon, I sent the cutter to examine the coast, and the other boat to get some cocoa nuts and haul the Seine. The people in this boat caught no fish, but they brought on board about 150 cocoa nuts, which were distributed to the men at the surgeon's discretion. We had seen some turtle as we were coming into the bay, and hoping that some of them might repair to the island in the night, especially as it was sandy, barren, and uninhabited, like the places these animals most frequent. I sent a few men on shore to watch for them, but they returned in the morning without success. We anchored here only to wait till the boats could find a fit place for our purpose, and several very good harbours being discovered not far distant, we now endeavoured to weigh anchor, but with the united strength of our whole company were not able. This was an alarming proof of our debility, and with heavy hearts we had recourse to an additional purchase. With this assistance and our utmost efforts, we got the anchor just clear of the bottom, but the ship casting in shore, it almost immediately hooked again in foul ground. Our task was now to begin again, and though all hands that were able to move applied their utmost force, the whole remaining part of the day, with the greatest purchase we could make, we were not able to stir it. We were very unwilling to cut the cable, for though it was much worn, we could at this time ill sustain the loss of it, as we intended to make small cord, which we much wanted, of the best part of it. We therefore, with whatever reluctance, desisted for the night, and the next day, having a little recruited our strength, we were more successful. We got the anchor up, but we found it so much injured as to be wholly unserviceable, the palm being broken. From this place, we sailed to a little cove about 3 or 4 miles distant, to which we gave the name of English Cove. Here we anchored, and immediately began to get wood and water, which we found in great plenty, besides ballast. I also sent the boat out every day to different places with the Seine, but though there was plenty of fish, we were able to catch very little. A misfortune which was probably owing in part to the clearness of the water, in part to the rockiness of the beach, and perhaps in some degree also to our want of skill. We plied this labour day and night, notwithstanding the want of success, and at the same time had recourse to the hook and line. But to our great mortification, not a single fish would take the bait. We saw a few turtle, but they were so shy that we could not catch one of them. Here, therefore, we were condemned to the curse of Tantalus, perpetually in the sight of what our appetites most importunately craved, and perpetually disappointed in our attempts to reach it. We got, however, from the rocks at low water, a few rock oysters, and cockles of a very large size, and from the shore some cocoa nuts, and the upper part of the tree that bears them, which is called the cabbage. This cabbage is a white, crisp, juicy substance, which, eaten raw, tastes somewhat like a chestnut, but when boiled is superior to the best parsnip. We cut it small into the broth that we made of our portable soup, which was afterwards thickened with oatmeal and made a most comfortable mess. For each of these cabbages, however, we were forced to cut down a tree, and it was with great regret that we destroyed, in the parent stock, so much fruit, which perhaps is the most powerful antiscorbutic in the world. But necessity has no law. This supply of fresh vegetables, and especially the milk, or rather the water of the nut, recovered our sick very fast. They also received great benefit and pleasure from the fruit of a tall tree that resembles a plum, and particularly that which in the West Indies is called the Jamaica plum. Our men gave it the same name. It has a pleasant tartish taste, but is a little woody, probably only for want of culture. These plums were not plenty, so that having the two qualities of a dainty, scarcity, and excellence, it is no wonder that they were held in the highest estimation. The shore about this place is rocky, and the country high and mountainous, but covered with trees of various kinds, some of which are of an enormous growth, and probably would be useful for many purposes. Among others, we found the nutmeg tree in great plenty, and I gathered a few of the nuts, but they were not ripe. They did not indeed appear to be the best fought, but perhaps that is owing partly to their growing wild, and partly to their being too much in the shade of taller trees. The coconut tree is in great perfection, but does not abound. Here are, I believe, all the different kinds of palm, with the betel nut tree, various species of the aloe, canes, bamboos, and rattans, with many trees, shrubs, and plants altogether unknown to me, but no esculent vegetable of any kind. The woods abound with pigeons, doves, rooks, parrots, and a large bird with black plumage that makes a noise somewhat like the barking of a dog, with many others which I can neither name nor describe. Our people saw no quadruped, but two of a small size that they took for dogs. The carpenter and another man got a transient glimpse of them in the woods as they were cutting spars for the ship's use, and said that they were very wild, and ran away the moment they saw them with great swiftness. We saw centipedes, scorpions, and a few serpents of different kinds, but no inhabitants. We fell in, however, with several deserted habitations, and by the shells that were scattered about them, and seemed not long to have been taken out of the water, and some sticks half burnt, the remains of a fire. There is reason to conclude that the people had but just left the place when we arrived. If we may judge of the people by that which had been their dwelling, they must stand low even in the scale of savage life, for it was the most miserable hovel we had ever seen. While we lay here, having cleared and lightened the ship, we heeled her so as to come at her leak, which the carpenter stopped as well as he could. We found the sheathing greatly decayed, and the bottom much eaten by the worms, but we paid it as far as we could get at it with a mixture of hot pitch and tar boiled together. The carpenter also cut down many spars for studding sail booms, having but few left of those which he had brought from England. English Cove lies N.E./N, 3 or 4 miles from Wallis's Island. There is a small shoal on the starboard hand going in, which will be easily seen by the seas breaking upon it. The water ebbs and flows once in 24 hours. The flood came in about 9 or 10 o'clock, and it was high water between 3 and 4 in the afternoon, after which it ebbed all night and was low water about 6 in the morning. The water rises and falls between 8 or 9 feet, sometimes more, sometimes less. But I doubt whether this fluctuation is not rather the effect of the sea and land breeze than of a regular tide. We anchored here with our best bower in 27-fathom water, with a bottom of sand and mud. We veered into the cove a cable and a half from the anchor, moored head and stern with the stream anchor, and steadied with hawsers on each bow. The ship then lay in 10 fathom, at the distance of a cable's length from the shore at the bottom of the cove, Wallis's Point bearing south. West, half south, distant about 3 or 4 miles. At this place there is plenty of excellent wood and water and good shingle ballast. The variation was 6 degrees and a half east. On Monday, the 7th of September, I weighed anchor, but before I sailed, I took possession of this country, with all its islands, bays, ports, and harbours, for His Majesty George III, King of Great Britain, and we nailed upon a high tree a piece of board, faced with lead, on which was engraved the English Union, with the name of the ship, and her commander, the name of the cove, and the time of her coming in and sailing out of it. While we lay here, I sent the boat out to examine the harbours upon the coast, from one of which expeditions she returned with a load of cocoa nuts, which she procured in a fine little harbour about 4 leagues west, NW from the station we were in. The officer on board reported that the trees grew where he had gathered the fruit in great plenty, but as he had observed that several of them were marked and that there were many huts of the natives near them, I did not think it proper that the boat should return. But the refreshment which now offered was of such importance to the sick that I determined to go into the harbour with the ship and place her so as to protect the men who should be employed to fell the trees and cut off the cabbages and the fruit. We sailed from English Cove with the land breeze early in the morning, and in the evening secured the ship abreast of the grove, where the cocoa nuts had been gathered, and at very little distance from the shore. Here we procured above 1,000 cocoa nuts, and as many of the cabbages as we could use while they were good, and I would have stayed long enough to have given my people all the refreshments they wanted, but the season of the year made the shortest delay dangerous. There was too much reason to suppose that the lives of all on board depended upon our getting to Batavia, while the monsoon continued to blow from the eastward. There was indeed time enough for any other ship to have gone 3 times the distance, but I knew it was scarcely sufficient for the Swallow in her present condition, and that if we should be obliged to continue here another season, it would probably become impossible to navigate her at all, especially as she had but a single sheathing, and her bottom was not silled with nails, so that the worms would have eaten through it. Besides that, our provision would long before that time have been totally exhausted. I therefore weighed anchor and quitted this station, which was much the best that had been our lot during the whole run from the Strait of Magellan, on the 9th in the morning at break of day, with a light breeze from the land. To this place we gave the name of Carteret's Harbour. It is about west-northwest, 4 leagues from English Cove, and formed by 2 islands and the main, the largest, which is to the northwest. We called Coconut Island, and the other, which is to the SE, we called Lee's Island. Between these 2 islands there is shoal water, and each of them forms an entrance into the harbour. The southeast, or weather entrance, is formed by Lee's Island, and in this there is a rock that appears above water, to which we gave the name of Booby Rock. The passage is between the rock and the island, nor is the rock dangerous, there being deep water close to it. The northwest, or lee entrance, is formed by Coconut Island, and this is the best, because there is good anchorage in it, the water in the other being too deep. We entered the harbour by the southeast passage, and went out of it by the northwest. At the southeast end of the harbour there is a large cove, which is secure from all winds, and sit to haul a ship into. Into this cove a river seemed to empty itself, but our boats did not examine it. In the northwest part of the harbour there is another cove, which our boat did examine, and from which she brought us very good water. This also is fit for a ship to haul into, and very convenient for wooding and watering. She may lie in any depth, from 30 to 5 fathom, and at any distance from the shore, with a bottom of soft mud. The harbour runs about southeast by south and northwest by north, and is about 3 miles long, and 4 cables' length broad. We anchored in 30 fathom, near the northwest entrance, and abreast of the trees on Coconut Island. The First Voyage of Captain James Cook, edited by John Hawkesworth, Volume 1, Book 3. An account of a voyage round the world in the years 1766, 1767, 1768, and 1769. By Philip Carteret, Esquire, Commander of His Majesty's sloop, the Swallow. Chapter 6. Discovery of a strait dividing the land called Nova Britannia into 2 islands, with a description of several small islands that lie in the passage, and the land on each side, with the inhabitants. When we got about 4 leagues off the land, after leaving this harbour, we met with a strong gale at east-southeast, a direction just contrary to that which would have favoured our getting round the land and doubling Cape St. Maria. We found, at the same time, a strong current, setting us to the northwest into a deep bay or gulf, which Dampier calls St. George's Bay, and which lies between Cape St. George and Cape Orford. As it was impossible to get round the land against both the wind and current, and follow the track of Dampier, I was under the necessity of attempting a passage to the westward by this gulf, and the current gave me hopes that I should succeed. When I had got, therefore, about 5 miles to the southwest of Coconut Island, I steered to the NW and the NNW as the land trends, and had soon good reason to believe that what has been called St. George's Bay, and thought to be formed by 2 points of the same island, was indeed a channel between 2 islands, and so the event proved it to be. Before it was dark, we found this channel divided by a pretty large island, which I called the Duke of York's Island, and some smaller islands that were scattered about it. On the southermost side of the main, or the largest of the 2 islands that are divided by the channel or strait, which I left in possession of its ancient name, New Britain, there is some high land and 3 remarkable hills close to each other, which I called the Mother and Daughters. The Mother is the middlemost and largest, and behind them we saw a vast column of smoke, so that probably one of them is a volcano. They are easily seen in clear weather at the distance of 20 leagues, and will then, by those who do not know them, be taken for islands. They seem to lie far inland, and the Mother bears about west from the Duke of York's Island. To the east of these hills there is a point making like a cape land, which I called Cape Palliser, and another to the westward, which I called Cape Stevens. Cape Stevens is the northernmost part of New Britain. North of this cape is an island, which I called the Isle of Man. Cape Palliser and Cape Stevens bear about northwest, and SE of each other, and between them is a bay, the land of which near the waterside is low, pleasant, and level, and gradually rises, as it retires towards the Mother and Daughters, into very lofty hills, in general covered with vast woods, but having many clear spots like plantations intermixed. Upon this part of the country we saw many fires in the night, and have therefore reason to suppose that it is well inhabited. The Duke of York's Island lies between the 2 points, Cape Palliser and Cape Stevens. As it was not safe to attempt either of the passages into which the strait was divided by this island in the dark, we brought to for the night and kept sounding, but had no ground with 140 fathom. The strait here, including the 2 passages, is about 15 leagues broad. The land of the Duke of York's Island is level and has a delightful appearance. Inland it is covered with lofty woods, and near the waterside are the houses of the natives, which stand not far from each other, among groves of cocoa-nut trees, so that the whole forms a prospect the most beautiful and romantic that can be imagined. We saw many of their canoes, which are very neatly made, and in the morning, soon after I made sail, some of them came off towards the ship. But as we had a fresh gale at that time, we could not stay for them. The latitude of this island is 4 degrees 9 minutes south, longitude 151 degrees 20 minutes east, and it is 25 leagues distant from Cape George. As I coasted not New Britain, but the northernmost coast of the strait, I passed through the passage that is formed by that coast, and the corresponding side of the Duke of York's Island, which is about 8 leagues broad, and may be considered as the first narrow of the strait. And then, steering NW by W all night, we found at daybreak that we had lost sight of the southernmost island, or New Britain, and having now ascertained the supposed bay to be a strait, I called it St. George's Channel, and to the northern island I gave the name of Nova Hibernia, or New Ireland. The weather being hazy, with a strong gale and sudden gusts, I continued to steer along the coast of New Ireland at about the distance of 6 leagues from the shore, till I came off the west end of it, and then, altering our course, I steered west by northwest. I could plainly perceive that we were set along the shore by a strong westerly current. At noon, we found by observation that we were much to the northward of the log, but as it was impossible the current could set due north, as that would be right against the land, I was obliged, for the correction of my account, to allow no less than 24 miles west-northwest, which is nearly as the land lies along the shore. At this time, we had about half a point east variation, and at night we discovered a fine, large island, forming a strait or passage with New Ireland. As it was very dark and squally, with rain, we brought to, not knowing to what danger the navigation of this strait might expose us. The night was tempestuous, with much thunder and lightning, but about 2 in the morning the weather cleared. The gusts settled into a light breeze, and the moon shone very bright. At this time, therefore, we made sail again, and found a strong current setting us to the westward through the passage of the second narrow, which is about 5 leagues wide. The island, which has a pleasant appearance and is very populous, I called Sandwich Island in honour of the Earl, now First Lord of the Admiralty. It is larger than the Duke of York's Island, and there seems to be some good bays and harbours upon the coast. On the north part of it there is a remarkable peak, like a sugar loaf, and opposite to it, upon the coast of New Ireland, there is just such another. They are distant about 5 leagues, in the direction of S by E, half E, and N by W, half W. All the while we lay to off this island, we heard an incessant noise in the night, like the beating of a drum. And being becalmed just as we got through the strait, 10 canoes put off from New Ireland, with about 150 men on board, and rowed towards the ship. They came near enough to exchange some trifles with us, which were conveyed at the end of a long stick, but none of them would venture on board. They seemed to prefer such iron as we gave them to everything else, though none of it was manufactured except nails. For, as I observed before, we had no cutlery ware on board. The canoes were very long and very narrow, with an outrigger, and some of them were very neatly made. One of them could not be less than 90 feet long, for it was very little shorter than the ship. It was, notwithstanding, formed of a single tree. It had some carved ornaments about it, and was rowed or paddled by 33 men. We saw no appearance of sails. The people are black and woolly-headed, like Negroes, but have not the flat nose and thick lips, and we thought them much the same people as the inhabitants of Egmont Island. Like them, they were all stark naked, except a few ornaments made of shells upon their arms and legs. They had, however, adopted a practice without which none of our belles and beaux are supposed to be completely dreffed, for the hair, or rather the wool upon their heads, was very abundantly powdered with white powder. The fashion of wearing powder, therefore, is probably of higher antiquity than it is generally supposed to be, as well as of more extensive influence. It is indeed carried farther among these people than among any of the inhabitants of Europe, for they powder not only their heads, but their beards too. Their heads, however, were decorated with more showy ornaments, for I observed that most of them had, just above one ear, stuck a feather, which appeared to have been taken from the tail of the common dunghill cock, so that these gentlemen are not without poultry for their table. They were armed with spears and long sticks or poles like the quarterstaff, but we did not see any bows and arrows among them. Possibly they might have them on board, and think proper to keep them out of sight. On my part, I kept everybody at their quarters while they were hovering about the ship, and I observed that they had a very watchful eye upon our guns, as if they apprehended danger from them, so that possibly they are not wholly unacquainted with the effect of firearms. They had fishing nets with them, which, as well as their cordage, seemed to be very well made. After they had been some time with us, a breeze sprung up, and they returned to the shore. The peak upon Sandwich Island lies in latitude 2 degrees 53 minutes south, longitude 149 degrees 17 minutes east. After the Indians had left us, we steered nearly west, and soon after saw a point of land, which proved to be the southwest extremity of New Ireland, to which I gave the name of Cape Byron. It lies in latitude 2 degrees 33 minutes south, longitude 149 degrees 2 minutes east. Over against the coast of New Ireland, to the westward of Cape Byron, lies a fine large island to which I gave the name of New Hanover. Between this island and New Ireland there is a strait or passage which turns away to the NE. In this passage lie several small islands, upon one of which there is a remarkable peak. This island I called Byron's Island, and the passage, or strait, I called Byron's Strait. The land of New Hanover is high, it is finely covered with trees, among which are many plantations, and the whole has a most beautiful appearance. The south-west point of it, which is a high bluff point, I called Queen Charlotte's Foreland in honour of Her Majesty. This foreland and the land about it is remarkable for a great number of little hummocks or hills, but night coming on, with thick weather, hard squalls and much rain, we could not see more of it distinctly enough to describe its appearance. We steered westward all night, and in the morning, the weather being still thick, our view of New Hanover was very imperfect. But we saw, about 8 leagues to the westward of it, 6 or 7 small islands, which I called the Duke of Portland's Islands, 2 of which are pretty large. I now perceived by the swell of the sea that we were clear of all the land, and I found St. George's Channel to be a much better and shorter passage, whether from the eastward or the westward, than round all the land and islands to the northward. The distress, therefore, which pushed me upon this discovery may probably be, in its consequences, of great advantage to future navigators, especially as there can be no doubt but that refreshments of every kind may easily be procured from the natives who inhabit either of the coasts of the channel or the islands that lie near them. For beads, ribands, looking-glasses, and especially iron tools and cutlery ware, of which they are immoderately fond, and with which, to our great misfortune, we were not furnished. Queen Charlotte's Foreland, the southwest part of New Hanover, lies in latitude 2 degrees 29 minutes south, longitude 148 degrees 27 minutes east, and the middle of Portland's Islands in latitude 2 degrees 27 minutes south, longitude 148 degrees 3 minutes east. The length of this strait or channel from Cape St. George to Cape Byron, the southwest extremity of New Ireland, is above 80 leagues. The distance from Cape Byron to Queen Charlotte's Foreland is about 12 leagues, and from the Foreland to Portland's Islands about 8 leagues, so that the whole length of St. George's Channel is about 100 leagues, or 300 miles. Though we cleared the strait in the morning of Sunday the 13th of September, we had no observation of the sun till the 15th, which I could not but greatly regret, as it prevented my being so exact in my latitude and longitude as might be expected. The description also of the country, its productions and people, would have been much more full and circumstantial if I had not been so much enfeebled and dispirited by sickness as almost to sink under the duty that for want of officers devolved upon me, being obliged, when I was scarcely able to crawl, to keep watch and share other duties with my lieutenant, whose health also was greatly impaired. The First Voyage of Captain James Cook, edited by John Hawksworth, Volume 1, Book 3. An account of a voyage round the world in the years 1766, 1767, 1768, and 1769, by Philip Carteret, Esquire, Commander of His Majesty's sloop, the Swallow. Chapter 7. The passage from St. George's Channel to the Island of Mindanao, with an account of many islands that were seen, and incidents that happened by the way. As soon as we had cleared St. George's Channel, we steered westward, and the next day we discovered land bearing west-northwest, and hauled up for it. It proved to be an island of considerable extent, and soon afterwards we saw another to the northeast of it, but this appeared to be little more than a large rock above water. As I had here strong currents, and for several days had not been able to get an observation of the sun, I cannot so exactly ascertain the situation of these islands as I might otherwise have done. As we proceeded to the westward, we discovered more land, consisting of many islands lying to the southward of the large one which we had first discovered. As the nights were now moonlight, we kept on till 11 o'clock, and the lieutenant, who was then officer of the watch, finding that the course we were steering would carry us among them, and not being willing to awaken me till it was my turn to watch, hauled off S by E and SSE. I came upon deck about midnight, and at 1 in the morning, perceiving that we were clear of them, I bore away again to the westward with an easy sail. The islands, however, were not far distant, and about 6 o'clock, a considerable number of canoes, with several hundred people on board, came off and paddled toward the ship. One of them, with 7 men on board, came near enough to hail us, and made us several signs which we could not perfectly understand, but repeated, as near as we could, to show that whatever they meant to us, we meant to them. However, the better to bespeak their goodwill and invite them on board, we held up to them several of the few trifles we had. Upon this, they drew nearer to the ship, and I flattered myself that they were coming on board. But on the contrary, as soon as they came within reach of us, they threw their lances with great force, where we stood thickest upon the deck. As I thought it better to prevent than to repress a general attack, in which, as the number would be more, the mischief would be greater, and having now no doubt of their hostile intentions, I fired some muskets and one of the swivel guns, upon which, some of them being killed or wounded, they rowed off and joined the other canoes, of which there were 12 or 14, with several hundred men on board. I then brought to, waiting for the issue, and had the satisfaction to see that, after having long consulted together, they made for the shore. That I might still farther intimidate them, and more effectually prevent their return, I fired a round shot from one of my 6-pounders, so as to fall into the water beyond them. This seemed to have a good effect, for they not only used their paddles more nimbly, but hoisted sail, still standing towards the shore. Soon after, however, several more canoes put off from another part of the island, and came towards us very fast. They stopped at about the same distance as the other had done, and one of them also, in the same manner, came forward. To the people on board this vessel, we made all the signs of friendship we could devise, showing them everything we had which we thought would please them, opening our arms and inviting them on board. But our rhetoric was to no effect, for as soon as they came within east of the ship, they poured in a shower of darts and lances, which, however, did us no harm. We returned the assault by firing some muskets, and one man being killed, the rest precipitately leaped into the sea, and swimming to the others, who waited at a distance, all returned together from whence they came. As soon as the canoe was deserted, we got out our boat and brought it on board. It was full 50 feet long, though one of the smallest that came against us. It was very rudely made out of one tree, but had an outrigger. We found in it fine fish, and a turtle, some yams, one cocoa-nut, and a bag full of a small kind of apple or plum, of a sweetish taste and farinaceous substance. It had a flattish kernel, and was wholly different from everything we have seen either before or since. It was eatable raw, but much better boiled or roasted in the embers. We found also 2 large earthen pots, shaped somewhat like a jug, with a wide mouth but without handles, and a considerable quantity of matting, which these people use both for sails and awning, spreading it over bent sticks, much in the same manner as the tilts of the London wherries. From the contents of this vessel, we judged that it had been fishing, and we observed that the people had a fire on board, with one of their pots on it, in which they were boiling their provision. When we had satisfied our curiosity by examining it, we cut it up for firewood. These Indians were the same kind of people that we had seen before on the coast of New Ireland and at Egmont Island. They were of a very dark copper colour, nearly black, with woolly heads. They chew betel nut and go quite naked, except the rude ornaments of shells strung together, which they wear round their legs and arms. They were also powdered like our last visitors, and had, besides, their faces painted with white streaks. But I did not observe that they had any beards. Their lances were pointed with a kind of bluish flint. Having disengaged ourselves from this fierce and unfriendly people, we pursued our course along the other islands, which are between 20 and 30 in number, and of considerable extent. One in particular would alone make a large kingdom. I called them the Admiralty Islands, and should have been glad to have examined them, if my ship had been in a better condition, and I had been provided with such articles as are proper for an Indian trade, especially as their appearance is very inviting. They are clothed with the most beautiful verdure. The woods are lofty and luxuriant, interspersed with spots that have been cleared for plantations, groves of coconut trees and houses of the natives, who seem to be very numerous. Nothing would be more easy than to establish an amicable intercourse with them, as they would soon be sensible that our superiority would render contest vain and traffic advantageous. I judge the middle of the largest to lie in latitude 2 degrees 18 minutes south, longitude 146 degrees 44 minutes east, and at the distance of 35 leagues from Queen Charlotte's Foreland in New Hanover, in the direction of west half north. On the south side of this island, there is a small one, which rises conically in a high peak. The latitude of this peak is 2 degrees 27 minutes south, and it lies 5 degrees and a half westward of Cape St. George in New Ireland. As we ran along the south side of the large island, we found it to be 18 leagues long in the direction of east and west. How far it runs to the northward, I do not know, but by its appearance, there is reason to suppose a very considerable distance. I think it probable, in the highest degree, that these islands produce many valuable articles of trade, particularly spices, especially as they lie in the same climate and latitude as the Moluccas, and as I found the nutmeg tree in a soil comparatively rocky and barren upon the coast of New Ireland. Having passed these islands, we continued our course west by north with a fine eastern breeze and smooth water. On the 16th in the morning, we found the variation by a medium of several azimuths to be 6 degrees 30 minutes east, our latitude being 2 degrees 19 minutes south, and our longitude 145 degrees 40 minutes east by observation. I was surprised to find the variation on this side, the land of New Britain and New Ireland, so much, as we had found it gradually decreasing during our progress to the north. W. But I recollected that about 2 years before, I had found nearly the same variation in this meridian, about the island of Tinian. On Saturday evening the 19th, we discovered 2 small islands, both low land, level, and green. One of them we saw only from the main top gallant masthead. This I called Durour's Island. Its latitude is about 1 degree 14 minutes or 16 minutes south, its longitude 143 degrees 21 minutes east. The other island, which I called Matty's Island, we coasted during the night and saw the inhabitants in great numbers run along the beach abreast of the ship with lights. The side along which we sailed seemed to be about 6 miles in length, east by north and west by south. As it was dark, we could see no more of it, and having a fine breeze which we could not afford to lose, we kept on. Its latitude is about 1 degree 45 minutes south, and its longitude about 143 degrees 2 minutes east. The variation here was 4 degrees 40 minutes east, and we found a strong northwesterly current. We had now fresh gales and squalls, with rain, the wind blowing very unsteadily from east-southeast to east-northeast, till the 22nd, when it became variable. Our latitude was then 53 degrees south, longitude 140 degrees 5 minutes east. The variation was 4 degrees 40 minutes east. On the 24th, we saw 2 small islands to the southwest, but it being calm, with light airs and a strong westerly current, we could not get nearer to them than 4 or 5 leagues. They had a green, pleasant appearance and were well covered with trees. But whether they are inhabited, I do not know. They run about northwest by west, southeast by east. One is about 3 miles long, and the other about 6. The passage between them appeared to be about 2 miles broad. They lie in latitude 22 degrees south, longitude 138 degrees 39 minutes east, and I gave them the name of Stevens's Islands. We kept steering northwest by west with a light variable wind and a strong northwest current. On the 25th, we saw land ahead, which proved to be 3 small islands, and before it was dark, we got pretty near them. Several canoes soon came off, filled with the natives, who, after making signs of peace, came on board without the least appearance of fear or distrust. They had nothing with them but a few cocoa nuts, which they sold with great joy for a few pieces of an iron hoop. We soon found that they were not unacquainted with that metal, which they called parum, and they made us understand by signs that a ship like ours sometimes touched at their islands for refreshment. I gave one of them 3 pieces of an old iron hoop, each about 4 inches long, which threw him into an ecstasy little short of distraction. I could not but sympathize in his joy, nor observe without great pleasure the changes of countenance and extravagance of gesture by which it was expressed. All these people, indeed, appeared to be more fond of iron than any we had seen before, and I am sure that for iron tools we might have purchased everything upon the islands which we could have brought away. They are of the Indian copper color, the first of that complexion that we had seen in these parts, with fine, long black hair and little beards, for we observed that they were continually plucking the hair from their chin and upper lip by the roots. Their features are pleasing, and their teeth remarkably white and even. They were of the common stature, but nimble, vigorous, and active in a surprising degree, running up to the masthead much faster than our own people. Their disposition was free and open. They eat and drank whatever was given them, went without hesitation into every part of the ship, and were as familiar and merry with the crew as if they had been of long and intimate acquaintance. They were not, like the people on all the other islands that we had visited, quite naked, though they had only a slight covering for the waist, which consisted of a narrow piece of fine matting. Their canoes were very well and neatly made, having a hollow tree for the bottom and planks for the sides, with a fail of fine matting and an outrigger. Their ropes and netting were also very good. They urged us strongly to go on shore, offering to leave an equal number of their own people behind as a pledge of their safe return. And indeed, I would gladly have consented if it had been in my power, but a strong westerly current hurried me to so great a distance that I had no opportunity to seek for anchorage, and night coming on, we pursued our course. When our visitors perceived this, one of them insisted upon going with us, and, notwithstanding all that I and his companions could say or do, obstinately refused to go on shore. As I thought it possible that this man might be the means of our making some useful discovery, I did not put him ashore by force, but indulged him in his desire. We learnt from him that there were other islands to the northward, the inhabitants of which he said had iron, and always killed his countrymen when they could catch them out at sea. It was with great concern that I perceived this poor fellow, whom I called Joseph Freewill, from his readiness to go with us, become gradually sickly after he had been some time at sea. He lived till I got to the Island of Celebes, and there died. As the islands from which I had taken him were very small and low, the largest being not more than 5 miles in compass, I was surprised to see with how many of the productions of Celebes he was acquainted. Beside the cocoa nut and palm, he knew the betel nut and the lime, and the moment he got a breadfruit, he went to the fire and roasted it in the embers. He made us understand also that in his country they had plenty of fish and turtle in their season. It is, however, very probable, notwithstanding the number of people who subsist upon these islands, that they have no fresh water but what falls in rain. How they catch and preserve it, I had no opportunity to learn. But I never met with a spring in a spot so small and low, and in such a spot I believe no spring was ever found. The largest of these islands, which the natives call Pagan, and to which I gave the name of Free Will Island, lies 50 minutes north of the line, and in 137 degrees 51 minutes east longitude. They are all surrounded by a reef of rocks. The chart of these islands I drew from the Indian's description, who delineated them with chalk upon the deck and ascertained the depth of water by stretching his arms as a fathom. On the 28th, being in latitude 2 degrees 53 minutes north, longitude 136 degrees 10 minutes east, we fell in with a very dangerous shoal, which is about 11 or 12 miles in circuit, and surrounded with small stones that just show themselves above water. We found here a strong northerly current, but could not determine whether it inclined to the east or west. In the evening, we discovered from the masthead another island to the southward of us. The east end of it seemed to rife in a peak, and had the appearance of a sail, but we did not go near enough to see anything of it from the deck. I suppose its latitude to be about 2 degrees 50 minutes north, and its longitude, east of London, about 136 degrees 10 minutes east. We continued to have a current to the northward till Monday the 5th of October, when, being in latitude 4 degrees 30 minutes north, I found it southerly and very strong. I had, among other deficiencies and misfortunes, no small boat on board, so that I could not try these currents, which I had a great desire to do. But I am of opinion that when the current set southward it inclined to the east, and that when it set northward it inclined to the west. On Monday the 12th, we discovered a small island with trees upon it, though scarcely bigger than a rock, and I called it Currant Island. It lies in latitude 4 degrees 40 minutes north, longitude 14 degrees 24 minutes west, of Queen Charlotte's Foreland. The next day, we discovered 2 other small islands, which I called St. Andrew's Islands. They lie in latitude 5 degrees 18 minutes north, longitude 14 degrees 47 minutes west, of Queen Charlotte's Foreland. I called the small island Currant Island because we had here a southerly current so strong that it set us from 24 to 30 miles southward every day, besides the difference it might make in our longitude. The wind was now variable, blowing by turns from every point in the compass, with much rain and hard squalls. On Tuesday the 20th, being in latitude 8 degrees north, it blew with such violence that we were obliged to lie to 64 hours. This gale, which made a very great sea, I suppose to be the shifting of the monsoon, and notwithstanding the southerly current, it drove us, while we lay to, as far as 9 degrees northward. The First Voyage of Captain James Cook, edited by John Hawkesworth. Volume 1, Book 3. An account of a voyage round the world in the years 1766, 1767, 1768, and 1769. By Philip Carteret, Esquire, Commander of His Majesty's sloop, the Swallow. Chapter 8. Some account of the coast of Mindanao and the islands near it, in which several mistakes of Dampier are corrected. On the 26th, we discovered land again, but not being able to make an observation, we could ascertain our latitude and longitude only by our dead reckoning. The next day, however, was more favourable, and I then found the effect of the current had been so great that I was obliged to add to the log SW by S no less than 64 miles for the last 2 days. We now knew that the land we had seen was the northeast part of the island of Mindanao. As I had many sick people on board and was in the most pressing need of refreshments, I determined to try what could be procured in a bay which Dampier has described as lying on the southeast part of the island, and which, he says, furnished him with great plenty of deer from a savannah. I therefore coasted that side of the island, and that I might be sure not to miss the bay, I sent out the lieutenant with the boat and a proper number of hands to keep inshore ahead of the ship. No such bay, however, was to be found, but at the very southernmost extremity of the island, they opened a little nook at the bottom of which was a town and a fort. As soon as our boat was discovered by the people on shore, they fired a great gun and sent off 3 boats or canoes full of people. As the lieutenant had not a sufficient force to oppose them, he immediately made towards the ship, and the canoes chased him till they came within sight of her, and being then overmatched in their turn, they thought fit to go back. Being thus disappointed in my search of Dampier's Bay and Savannah, I would have anchored off this town notwithstanding these hostile appearances, if it had not been necessary first to get up some guns from the hold and make a few necessary repairs in the rigging. This, however, being the café, I ran a little to the eastward, where, on the 2nd of November, I came to an anchor in a little bay, having a bottom of soft mud and 7 fathom of water, at the distance of a cable's length from the shore. The westermost point of the bay bore west by southwest. Distant about 3 miles. The eastermost point E by S, distant about 1 mile. A river which empties itself into the bay, about NW and the peak of an island called Egmont Island, S 7 degrees east, distant about 5 leagues. Before it was dark the same day, our 2 boats went to the river and brought off their loads of water. They saw no signs of inhabitants where they were on shore, but we observed a canoe come round the westermost point of the bay, which we supposed had been dispatched from the town to learn what we were, or at least to see what we were doing. As soon as I discovered this canoe, I hoisted English colours, and was not without hope that she would come on board, but after viewing us some time, she returned. As we had seen no inhabitants, nor any signs of inhabitants where we got our water, I intended to procure a further supply the next day from the same place, and endeavour also to recruit our wood. But about 9 o'clock at night, we were suddenly surprised by a loud noise on that part of the shore which was abreast of the ship. It was made by a great number of human voices, and very much resembled the war whoop of the American savages. A hideous shout which they give at the moment of their attack, and in which all who have heard it agree there is something inexpressibly terrifying and horrid. As I was now farther convinced that it was necessary to dispose of our little force to the greatest advantage, we began the next day by getting the guns up from the hold and making the necessary repairs to our rigging. At 11 o'clock, not having seen anything of the people, who had endeavoured to terrify us by their yells in the night, I sent the longboat on shore for more water. But, as I thought it probable that they might have concealed themselves in the woods, I kept the cutter manned and armed, with the lieutenant on board, that immediate succour might be sent to the waterers if any danger should threaten them. It soon appeared that my conjectures were well founded, for our people had no sooner left their boat than a number of armed men rushed out of the woods, one of whom held up somewhat white, which I took to be a signal of peace. Upon this occasion, I was again sensible of the mortifying deficiency in the ship's equipment, which I had so often experienced before. I had no white slag on board, and therefore, as the best expedient in my power, I ordered the lieutenant, whom I sent on shore in the cutter, to display one of my tablecloths. As soon as the officer landed, the standard-bearer and another came down to him unarmed, and received him with great appearance of friendship. One of them addressed him in Dutch, which none of our people understood. He then spoke a few words in Spanish, in which one of the persons of the cutter was a considerable proficient. The Indian, however, spoke it so very imperfectly that it was with great difficulty, and by the help of many signs, he made himself understood. Possibly, if any of our people had spoken Dutch, he might have been found equally deficient in that language. He asked for the captain, however, by the name of the skipper, and inquired whether we were Hollanders, whether our ship was intended for merchandise or for war, how many guns and men she carried, and whether she had been or was going to Batavia. When we had satisfied him in all these particulars, he said that we should go to the town, and that he would introduce us to the governor, whom he distinguished by the title of Raja. The lieutenant then told him that we intended to go to the town, but that we were in immediate want of water, and therefore desired permission to sill some casks. He also requested that the people who were armed with bows and arrows might be ordered to a greater distance. With both these requisitions, the Indian, who seemed to be invested with considerable authority, complied. And as he seemed to take particular notice of a silk handkerchief which the lieutenant had tied round his neck, it was immediately presented to him, in return for which he desired him to accept a kind of cravat made of coarse calico, which was tied round his own, his dress being somewhat after the Dutch fashion. After this interchange of cravats, he inquired of the officer whether the ship was furnished with any articles for trade, to which he answered that she was sufficiently furnished to trade for provisions, but nothing more. The chief replied that whatever we wanted, we should have. After this conference, which I considered as an earnest of every advantage which this place could afford us, the boats returned on board laden with water, and we went cheerfully on with our business on board the ship. In about 2 hours, however, we saw, with equal surprise and concern, many hundreds of armed men, posting themselves in parties at different places among the trees, upon the beach, abreast of the ship. Their weapons were muskets, bows and arrows, long pikes or spears, broadswords, a kind of hanger called a cress, and targets. We observed also that they hauled a canoe, which lay under a shed upon the beach, up into the woods. These were not friendly appearances, and they were succeeded by others that were still more hostile. For these people spent all the remainder of the day in entering and rushing out of the woods, as if they had been making sallies to attack an enemy, sometimes shooting their arrows and throwing their lances into the water towards the ship, and sometimes lifting their targets and brandishing their swords at us in a menacing manner. In the meantime, we were not idle on board. We got up our guns, repaired our rigging, and put everything in order before evening. And then, being ready to sail, I determined, if possible, to get another conference with the people on shore, and learn the reason of so sudden and unaccountable a change of behaviour. The lieutenant, therefore, was again dispatched, and as a testimony that our disposition was still peaceable, the tablecloth was again displayed as a flag of truce. I had the precaution, however, to order the boat to a part of the beach which was clear of wood, that the people on board might not be liable to mischief from enemies whom they could not see. I also ordered that nobody should go on shore. When the Indians saw the boat come to the beach and observed that nobody landed, one of them came out of the wood with a bow and arrows in his hand and made signs for the boat to come to the place where he stood. This the officer very prudently declined, as he would then have been within bowshot of an ambuscade, and after waiting some time and finding that a conference could be procured upon no other terms, he returned back to the ship. It was certainly in my power to have destroyed many of these unfriendly people by firing my great guns into the wood, but it would have answered no good purpose. We could not afterwards have procured wood and water here without risking the loss of our own people, and I still hoped that refreshment might be procured upon friendly terms at the town, which, now I was in a condition to defend myself against a sudden assault, I resolved to visit. The next morning, therefore, as soon as it was light, I sailed from this place, which I called Deceitful Bay, with a light land breeze, and between 10 and 11 o'clock we got off the bay or nook, at the bottom of which our boats had discovered the town and fort. It happened, however, that just at this time the weather became thick, with heavy rain, and it began to blow hard from a quarter, which made the land here a lee shore. This obliged me to stand off, and having no time to lose, I stood away to the westward that I might reach Batavia before the season was past. I shall now give a more particular account of our navigating the sea that washes the coasts of this island, the rather as Dampier's description is in several particulars erroneous. Having seen the northeast part of the island on the 26th of October, without certainly knowing whether it was Mindanao or St. John's, we got nearer to it the next day and made what we knew to be St. Augustina, the southeastermost part of the island, which rises in little hummocks that run down to a low point at the water's edge. It bears north 40 east. At the distance of 22 leagues from a little island, which is distinguished from the other islands that lie off the southernmost point of Mindanao by a hill or hummock, and which for that reason I called Hummock Island. All this land is very high, one ridge of mountains rising behind another, so that at a great distance it appears not like one island, but several. After our first discovery of the island, we kept turning along the east side from the northward to Cape St. Augustina, nearly south by west, half west, and N by E half E for about 20 leagues. The wind was to the southward along the shore, and as we approached the land, we stood in for an opening which had the appearance of a good bay, where we intended to anchor. But we found that it was too deep for our purpose, and that some shoals rendered the entrance of it dangerous. To this bay, which lies about 8 or 10 leagues N by E from Cape St. Augustina, the southeast extremity of the island, I gave the name of Disappointment Bay. When we were in the offing standing in for this bay, we observed a large hummock, which had the appearance of an island, but which I believed to be a peninsula, joined by a low isthmus to the main. This hummock formed the northernmost part of the entrance, and another high bluff point opposite to it formed the southernmost part. Between these two points are the shoals that have been mentioned, and several small islands, only one of which can be seen till they are approached very near. On this part of the coast we saw no signs of inhabitants. The land is of a stupendous height, with mountains piled upon mountains, till the summits are hidden in the clouds. In the offing, therefore, it is almost impossible to estimate its distance, for what appear then to be small hillocks, just emerging from the water, in comparison of the mountains that are seen over them, swell into high hills as they are approached, and the distance is found to be thrice as much as it was imagined. Perhaps this will account for the land here being so ill laid down, and in situations so very different as it appears to be in all our English charts. We found here a strong current setting to the southward along the shore as the land trended. The high land that is to the north of St. Augustina becomes gradually lower towards the cape, a low flat point in which it terminates, and off which, at a very little distance, lie two large rocks. Its latitude is 6 degrees 15 minutes north, and the longitude, by account, 127 degrees 20 minutes east. From this cape, the land trends away west and west by south for 6 or 7 leagues, and then turns up to the northwest, making a very deep bay, the bottom of which, as we crossed it from St. Augustina to the high land on the other side, which is not less than 12 leagues, we could not see. The coast on the farther side of it, coming up from the bottom, trend first to the south, and SSW, and then to the SW by W towards the south extremity of the island. Off this southern extremity, which Dampier calls the southeast by mistake, the southeast being St. Augustina, at the distance of 5, 6, and 7 leagues, lie 10 or 12 islands, though Dampier says there are only 2, and that together they are about 5 leagues round. The islands that I saw could not be contained in a circuit of less than 15 leagues, and from the number of boats that I saw among them, I imagine they are well inhabited. The largest of these lies to the southwest of the others, and makes in a remarkable peak, so that it is first seen in coming in with the land, and is indeed visible at a very great distance. Its latitude I make 5 degrees 24 minutes north, and its longitude by account 126 degrees 37 minutes east. This island, which I called Hummock Island, bears from St. Augustina S40 west at the distance of between 20 and 20 leagues, and from the same cape, the southernmost part of the island Mindanao bears south. W 3/4, W at the distance of between 21 and 23 leagues. This southernmost extremity consists of 3 or 4 points, which bear east and west of each other for about 7 miles. They lie in latitude 5 degrees 34 minutes north, longitude 126 degrees 25 minutes east, according to my account. The variation here was 1 point east. I passed between these islands and the main, and found the passage good, the current setting to the westward. Dampier has placed his bay and savannah 4 leagues north, W, from the eastermost island, and there I sought it, as indeed I did on all the SE part of the island, till we came to the little creek which ran up to the town. All the southern part of Mindanao is extremely pleasant, with many spots where the woods had been cleared for plantations, and fine lawns of a beautiful verdure. This part also is well inhabited, as well as the neighbouring islands. Of the town I can give no account, as the weather was so thick that I could not see it. Neither could I sufficiently distinguish the land to set off the points, at which I was not a little mortified. When I came to open the land to the westward of the southernmost point, I found it trend from that point W, NW, and NW by W, forming first a point at the distance of about 7 or 8 leagues, and then a very deep bay running so far into the N and NE that I could not see the bottom of it. The westermost point of this bay is low, but the land soon rises again and runs along to the N, west by west, which seems to be the direction of this coast, from the southernmost point of the island towards the city of Mindanao. To the westward of this deep bay, the land is all flat, and in comparison of the other parts of the island, but thinly wooded. Over this flat appears a peak of stupendous height, which rises into the clouds like a tower. Between the entrance of this bay and the south point of the island, there is another very high hill, the top of which has the funnel shape of a volcano, but I did not perceive that it emitted either fire or smoke. It is possible that this deep bay is that which Dampier mentions, and that it is misplaced by an error of the press, for, if instead of saying it bore north, W 4 leagues from the eastermost of the islands, he had said it bore NW 14 leagues from the westermost of the islands. It would correspond well with his description, the bearings being the same, and the land on the east side of it high and low on the west. He is also nearly right in the latitude of his islands, which he makes 5 degrees 10 minutes north. For probably some parts of the southernmost of them may lie in that latitude, but as I did not go to the southward of them, this is only conjecture. Between Hummock Island, which is the largest and westermost of them, and the islands to the eastward of it, which are all slat and even, is a passage running north and south, which appears to be clear. The northeastermost of these islands is small, low and flat, with a white sandy beach all round it, and a great many trees in the middle east or northeast of this island. There are shoals and breakers, and I saw no other appearance of danger in these parts. Neither did I see any of the islands which are mentioned by Dampier and laid down in all the charts near Mindanao in the offing. Perhaps they are at a more remote distance than is commonly supposed. For without great attention, navigators will be much deceived in this particular by the height of the land, as I have observed already. As I coasted this island, I found the current set very strong to the southward along the shore, till I came to the south end of it, where I found it run north. W and NW by W, which is nearly as the land trends. We had the winds commonly from SW to NW, with light airs, frequent rain, and unsettled weather. We now bid farewell to Mindanao, greatly disappointed in our hope of obtaining refreshments, which at first the inhabitants so readily promised to furnish. We suspected that there were Dutchmen, or at least Dutch partisans in the town, and that, having discovered us to be English, they had dispatched an armed party to prevent our having any intercourse with the natives, who arrived about 2 hours after our friendly conference, and were the people that defied us from the shore. The First Voyage of Captain James Cook, edited by John Hawksworth, Volume 1, Book 3. an account of a voyage round the world in the years 1766, 1767, 1768, and 1769, by Philip Carteret, Esquire, commander of His Majesty's sloop, the Swallow. Chapter 9. The passage from Mindanao to the Island of Celebes, with a particular account of the Strait of Macassar, in which many errors are corrected. After leaving Mindanao, I stood to the westward for the passage between the islands of Borneo and Celebes, called the Strait of Macassar, and made it on Saturday the 14th. I observed that during the whole of this run we had a strong northwesterly current, but that while we were nearer to Mindanao than Celebes, it ran rather towards the north than the west, and that when we came nearer to Celebes than we were to Mindanao, it ran rather towards the west than the north. The land of Celebes on the north end runs along to the entrance of the passage, is very lofty, and seems to trend away about west. By S to a remarkable point in the passage, which makes in a hummock, and which at first we took for an island. I believe it to be the same which in the French charts is called Strumen Point, but I gave it the name of Hummock Point. Its latitude, according to my account, is 1 degree 20 minutes north, longitude 121 degrees 39 minutes east, and it is a good mark for those to know the passage that fall in with the land coming from the eastward, who, if possible, should always make this side of the passage. From Hummock Point, the land trends more away to the southward, about southwest by west, and to the southward of it there is a deep bay, full of islands and rocks, which appeared to me to be very dangerous. Just off the point, there are 2 rocks, which, though they are above water, cannot be seen from a ship till she is close to the land. To the eastward of this point, close to the shore, are 2 islands, one of them very flat, long and even, and the other swelling into a hill. Both these islands, as well as the adjacent country, are well covered with trees. I stood close in a little to the eastward of them, and had no ground within 100 fathom, within half a mile of the shore, which seemed to be rocky. A little to the westward of these islands, we saw no less than 60 boats, which were fishing on some shoals that lie between them and Hummock Point. This part of the shore appeared to be foul, and I think should not be approached without great caution. In this place I found the currents various and uncertain, sometimes setting to the southward, and sometimes to the northward, and sometimes there was no current at all. The weather also was very unsettled, and so was the wind. It blew, however, chiefly to the south and southwest quarter, but we had sometimes sudden and violent gusts and tornadoes from the NW with thunder, lightning, and rain. These generally lasted about an hour, when they were succeeded by a dead calm, and the wind would afterwards spring up fresh from the SW or SSW, which was right against us, and blow strong. From these appearances I conjectured that the shifting reason had commenced, and that the west monsoon would soon set in. The ship sailed so ill that we made very little way. We frequently foundered in this passage, but could get no ground. On the 21st of November, as we were standing towards Borneo, we made 2 small islands, which I judge to be the same that in the French chart are called Taba Islands. They are very small and covered with trees. By my account, they lie in latitude 1 degree 44 minutes north, longitude 7 degrees 32 minutes west of the south end of Mindanao, and are distant from Hummock or Strumen Point about 58 leagues. The weather was now hazy, but happening suddenly to clear up, we saw a shoal with breakers at the distance of about 5 or 6 miles from the south to the northwest. Off the north end of this shoal, we saw 4 hummocks close together, which we took for small islands, and 7 more from the south half west to the west. Half AS. Whether these are really islands or some hills on the island of Borneo, I could not determine. This shoal is certainly very dangerous, but may be avoided by going to the westward of Taba Islands, where the passage is clear and broad. In the French chart of Monsieur d'Après de Mandevillette, published in 1745, 2 shoals are laid down to the eastward and a little to the north of these islands. One of them is called Van Lurif, and the other, on which are placed 2 islands, Harings. But these shoals and islands have certainly no existence, as I turned through this part of the passage from side to side and sailed over the very spot where they are supposed to lie. In the same chart, 7 small islands are also laid down within half a degree to the northward of the line, and exactly in the middle of the narrowest part of this passage. But neither have these islands any existence, except upon paper, though I believe there may be some small islands close to the mainland of Borneo. We thought we had seen 2, which we took to be those that are laid down in the charts off Porto Tubo. But of this I am not certain. The southernmost and narrowest part of this passage is about 18 or 20 leagues broad, with high lands on each side. We continued labouring in it till the 27th, before we crossed the line, so that we were a fortnight in sailing 8 and 20 leagues, the distance from the north entrance of the strait, which we made on the 14th. After we got to the southward of the line, we found a flight current setting against us to the northward, which daily increased. The weather was still unsettled, with much wet. The winds were chiefly SW and WSW, and very seldom farther to the northward than WNW, except in the tornadoes, which grew more frequent and violent. And by them we got nothing but hard labour, as they obliged us to hand all our sails, which indeed with our utmost effort we were scarcely able to do, our debility daily increasing by the falling sick of the few that were well, or the death of some among the many that were sick. Under these circumstances, we used our utmost endeavours to get hold of the land on the Borneo side, but were not able, and continued to struggle with our misfortunes till the 3rd of December, when we fell in with the small islands and shoals called the Little Paternosters, the southernmost of which, according to my account, lies in latitude 2 degrees 31 minutes south, and the northernmost in 2 degrees 15 minutes south. The longitude of the northernmost I made 117 degrees 12 minutes east. They bear about south. E 1/4 S and NW 1/4 N of each other, distant 8 leagues, and between them are the others. The number of the whole is 8. They lie very near the Celebes side of the strait, and being unable either to weather them or get to the westward of them, we were obliged to go between them and the island. We had here tempestuous weather and contrary winds, with sudden and impetuous gusts, which, as we had not a number of hands sufficient to bend the sails, often endangered our masts and yards, and did great damage to our sails and rigging. Especially at this time, as we were obliged to carry all the sail we could to prevent our falling into a deep bight on the Celebes shore. The ravages of the scurvy were now universal, there not being one individual among us that was free, and the winds and currents being so hard against us that we could neither get westing nor southing to reach any place of refreshment. The mind participated in the sufferings of the body, and a universal despondency was reflected from one countenance to another, especially among those who were not able to come upon the deck. In this deplorable situation we continued till the 10th, and it is not perhaps very easy for the most fertile imagination to conceive by what our danger and distress could possibly be increased. Yet debilitated, sick, and dying as we were, in sight of land that we could not reach, and exposed to tempests which we could not resist, we had the additional misfortune to be attacked by a pirate, that this unexpected mischief might lose none of. Its force, it happened at midnight, when the darkness that might almost be felt could not fail to cooperate with whatever tended to produce confusion and terror. This sudden attack, however, rather roused than depressed us, and though our enemy attempted to board us before we could have the least apprehension that an enemy was near, we defeated his purpose. He then plied us with what we supposed to be swivel guns and small arms very briskly. But though he had the start of us, we soon returned his salute with such effect that shortly after he sunk, and all the unhappy wretches on board perished. It was a small vessel, but of what country, or how manned, it was impossible for us to know. The lieutenant and one of the men were wounded, though not dangerously. Part of our running rigging was cut, and we received some other flight damage. We knew this pirate to be a vessel which we had seen in the dusk of the evening, and we afterwards learnt that she belonged to a freebooter who had more than 30 such vessels under his command. The smallness of our vessel encouraged the attack, and her strength being so much more than in proportion to her size, supposing her a merchantman, rendered it fatal. On Saturday the 12th, we fell in with the dangerous shoals called the Speramondes, and had the mortification to find that the westerly monsoon was now set in, against which, and the current, it was impossible for any ship to get as far westward as Batavia. As it was now necessary to wait till the return of the eastern monsoon and the shifting of the current, as we had buried 13 of our crew, and no less than 30 more were at the point of death. As all the petty officers were among the sick, and the lieutenant and myself, who did all duties, in a feeble condition, it was impossible that we should keep the sea, and we had no chance of preserving those who were still alive, but by getting on shore at some place where rest and refreshment might be procured. I therefore determined that I would take advantage of our being so far to the southward, and endeavour to reach Macassar, the principal settlement of the Dutch upon the Island of Celebes. The next day we made some islands which lie not far from that place, and saw what sometimes we took for shoals, and sometimes for boats, with men on board, but what afterwards appeared to be trees, and other drift floating about, with birds sitting upon them. We suddenly found ourselves 20 miles farther to the southward than we expected, for the current, which had for some time set us to the northward, had set us to the southward during the night. We now hauled up east and half north, intending to have gone to the northward of a shoal, which has no name in our East India pilot, but which the Dutch call the Thumb. By noon, however, we found ourselves upon it, our water shallowing at once to 4 fathom, with rocky ground. We now hauled off to the southwest, and keeping the boat ahead to sound, ran round the west side of the shoal in 10 and 12 fathom, our water deepening when we hauled off to the west, and shallowing when we hauled off east. Our latitude, by observation, when we were upon the shoal, was 5 degrees 20 minutes south, and the northernmost of the islands, called the Three Brothers, then bore south. 81 east, at the distance of 5 or 6 leagues. This island is, in the English pilot, called Dondinanga, but by the Dutch, the North Brother. Between the Three Brothers and the main of Celebes, there is another island, much larger than either of them, called the Island of Tonikiki, but none of them are inhabited, though there are a few huts belonging to fishermen upon them all. The passage between the shoal and this island is clear and good, with from 10 to 13 fathom and a sandy bottom, but the soundings are to be kept on the side of the island in 12 fathom, and never under 10. It is, however, very difficult and dangerous for ships to fall in with the land this way without a pilot on board, for there are many shoals and rocks under water. I ran in by a chart in the English East India pilot, which, upon the whole, I found a good one, though the names of the islands, points, and bays differ very much from those by which they are now known. When we got near to the Celebes shore, we had land and sea breezes which obliged us to edge along the coast, though our strength was so much reduced that it was with the utmost difficulty we could work the stream anchor. In the evening of Tuesday the 15th, we anchored at about the distance of 4 miles from the town of Macassar, which, according to my account, lies in latitude 5 degrees 10 minutes or 5 degrees 12 minutes south, longitude 117 degrees 28 minutes east, having spent no less than 35 weeks in our passage from the Strait of Magellan. I have been the more particular in my description of as much as I saw of this strait, because all the charts, both English and French, that I consulted, are extremely deficient and erroneous, and because an exact knowledge of it may be of great service to our China trade. The ships by which that trade is carried on may pass this way with as little danger as by the common one, which lies along the Prassel Shoals. And when they miss their passage to China in the southeast monsoon and lose the season, they may be sure of a clear channel here, and fair winds at west-southwest-west and round to west-northwest in November, December, and the 4 following months. I am also of opinion that it is a better and shorter way to go to the north, and eastward of the Philippine Islands, than to thread the Moluccas or coast New Guinea, where there are shoals, currents, and innumerable other dangers, as they were forced to do when the French were cruising for them in the common passage during the last war. The First Voyage of Captain James Cook, edited by John Hawkesworth, Volume 1, Book 3. An account of a voyage round the world in the years 1766, 1767, 1768, and 1769, by Philip Carteret, Esquire, Commander of His Majesty's sloop, the Swallow. Chapter 10. Transactions off Macassar and the passage thence to Bonthain. The same night that we came to an anchor at about 11 o'clock, a Dutchman came on board, who had been dispatched by the governor to learn who we were. When I made him understand that the ship was an English man of war, he seemed to be greatly alarmed, no man of war belonging to the King of Great Britain having ever been there before, and I could not by any means persuade him to leave the deck and go down into the cabin. We parted, however, to all appearance, good friends. The next morning, at break of day, I sent the lieutenant to the town with a letter to the governor, in which I acquainted him with the reason of my coming thither, and requested the liberty of the port to procure refreshments for my ship's company, who were in a dying condition, and shelter for the vessel against the approaching storms, till the return of a fit season for sailing to the westward. I ordered that this letter should, without good reason to the contrary, be delivered into the governor's own hand. But when my officer got to the wharf of the town, neither he nor any other person in the boat was suffered to land. Upon his refusal to deliver the letter to a messenger, the governor was made acquainted with it, and 2 officers, called the Shebander and the Fiscal, were sent down to him, who, as a reason why he could not deliver the letter to the governor himself, pretended that he was sick, and said that they came by his express order to fetch it. Upon this, the letter was at length delivered to them, and they went away. While they were gone, the officer and men were kept on board their boat, exposed to the burning heat of the sun, which was almost vertical at noon, and none of the country boats were suffered to come near enough to sell them any refreshment. In the meantime, our people observed a great hurry and bustle on shore, and all the sloops and vessels that were proper for war were fitted out with the utmost expedition. We should, however, I believe, have been an overmatch for their whole sea force, if all our people had been well. In the meantime, I intended to have gone and anchored close to the town, but now the boat was absent. Our united strength was not sufficient to weigh the anchor, though a small one. After waiting 5 hours in the boat, the lieutenant was told that the governor had ordered 2 gentlemen to wait upon me with an answer to my letter. Soon after he had returned and made this report, the 2 gentlemen came on board, and we afterwards learnt that one of them was an ensign of the garrison, named Le Cerf, and the other Mr. Douglas, a writer of the Dutch East India Company. They delivered me the governor's letter, but it proved to be written in Dutch, a language which not a single person on board could understand. The 2 gentlemen who brought it, however, both spoke French, and one of them interpreted the contents to me in that language. The purport of it was that I should instantly depart from the port without coming any nearer to the town, that I should not anchor on any part of the coast, or permit any of my people to land in any place that was under his jurisdiction. Before I made any reply to this letter, I showed the gentleman who brought it the number of my sick. At the fight of so many unhappy wretches, who were dying of languor and disease, they seemed to be much affected, and I then urged again the pressing necessity I was under of procuring refreshment, to which they had been witnesses, the cruelty and injustice of refusing to supply me, which was not only contrary to treaty, as we were in a king's ship, but to the laws of nature, as we were human beings. They seemed to admit the force of this reasoning, but they had a short and final answer ready: that they had absolute and indispensable orders from their masters not to suffer any ship of whatever nation to stay at this port, and that these orders they must implicitly obey. To this I replied that persons in our situation had nothing worse to fear than what they suffered, and that therefore, if they did not immediately allow me the liberty of the port to purchase refreshments and procure shelter, I would, as soon as the wind would permit, in defiance of all their menaces and all their force, go and anchor close to the town. That if at last I should find myself unable to compel them to comply with requisitions, the reasonableness of which could not be controverted, I would run the ship aground under their walls, and, after selling our lives as dearly as we could, bring upon them the disgrace of having reduced a friend and ally to so dreadful an extremity. At this they seemed to be alarmed, as our situation alone was sufficient to convince them that I was in earnest, and urged me with great emotion to remain where I was, at least till I had heard again from the governor. To this, after some altercation, I consented, upon condition that I heard from the governor before the sea breeze set in the next day. We passed all the remainder of this day and all the night in a state of anxiety, not unmixed with indignation, that greatly aggravated our distress, and very early the next morning we had the mortification to see a sloop that mounted 8 carriage guns, and one of the vessels of the country, kitted out for war, with a great number of soldiers on board, come from the town, and anchor under each of our bows. I immediately sent my boat to speak with them, but they would make no reply to anything that was said. About noon, the sea breeze set in, and not having then heard again from the governor, I got under sail, and proceeded towards the town, according to my declaration, resolving, if the vessels that had anchored under our bows should oppose us, to repress force with force as far as we were able. These 2 vessels, however, happily both for us and for them, contented themselves with weighing anchor and attending our motions. Very soon after we had got under sail, a handsome vessel with a band of music and several gentlemen on board made up to us and told us that they were sent by the governor, but could not come aboard if we did not drop our anchor again. Our anchor therefore was immediately dropped, and the gentlemen came on board. They proved to be Mr. Blydenberg, the fiscal, Mr. Vole, the shebander, an officer called the licence master, or master of the port, and Mr. Douglas the writer, who has been mentioned already. They expressed some surprise at my having got under sail, and asked me what I intended to have done. I told them that I intended neither more nor less than to fulfill the declarations I had made the day before, that justified by the common rights of mankind, which were superior to every other law, I would, rather than have put again to sea, where our destruction either by shipwreck, sickness, or famine was inevitable, have come up to their walls, and either have compelled them to furnish the necessaries we wanted, or have run the ship on shore, since it was better to perish at once in a just contest than to suffer the lingering misery of anticipating the perdition that we could not avoid. I observed also that no civilized people had ever suffered even the captives of war to perish for want of the necessaries of life, much less the subjects of an ally, who asked nothing but permission to purchase food with their money. They readily allowed the truth of all I had said, but seemed to think I had been too hasty. I then observed that I had waited the full time of my stipulation, and they in return made some excuse for their not having come sooner, telling me that, as a proof of their having admitted my claim, they had brought me such provisions as their country would afford. These were immediately taken on board, and consisted of 2 sheep, an elk ready killed, and a few fowls, with some vegetables and fruit. This most welcome supply was divided among the people, and that most salutary and to us exquisite dainty broth made for the sick. Another letter from the governor was then produced, in which, to my great disappointment, I was again ordered to leave the port, and to justify the order, it was alleged that to suffer a ship of any nation to stay and trade either at this port or any other part of the island was contrary to the agreement which had been made by the East India Company with the native kings and governors of the country, who had already expressed some displeasure on our account. And for farther particulars, I was referred to the gentleman that brought the letter, whom the governor styled his commissaries. To these gentlemen I immediately observed that no stipulation concerning trade could affect us, as we were a king's ship. At the same time I produced my commission, it not being possible to bring under the article of trade the selling us food and refreshments for our money without the utmost violence to language and common sense. After this, they made me several propositions, which I rejected, because my departure from this place before the return of the season was included in them all. I then recurred to my former declaration, and to enforce it, showed them the corpse of a man who had died that morning, and whose life would probably have been saved if they had afforded us refreshments when we first came to an anchor upon their coast. This put them to a stand, but after a short pause, they inquired very particularly whether I had been among the Spice Islands. I answered them in the negative, and they appeared to be convinced that I spoke truth. After this, we came to a better understanding, and they told me that though they could not, without disobedience to the most direct and positive orders of the company, suffer us to remain here, yet that I was welcome to go to a little bay not far distant, where I should find effectual shelter from the bad monsoon, and might erect an hospital for my sick, assuring me at the same time that provision and refreshments were more plenty there than at Macassar, from whence whatever else I wanted should be sent me, and offering me a good pilot to carry me to my station. To this I gladly consented, upon condition that what they had offered should be confirmed to me by the governor and council of Macassar, that I might be considered as under the protection of the Dutch nation, and that no violence should be offered to my people. For all this, they engaged their honor on behalf of the governor and council, promising me the assurance I had required on the next day, and requesting that in the meantime I would remain where I was. I then inquired why the 2 vessels which were at anchor under our bows were allotted to that station, and they told me, for number, other reason than to prevent the people of the country from offering us any violence. When matters were thus far settled between us, I expressed my concern that, except a glass of wine, I could present them with nothing better than bad salt meat and bread full of weevils, upon which they very politely desired that I would permit their servants to bring in the victuals which had been dressing in their own vessel. I readily consented, and a very genteel dinner was soon served up, consisting of fish, flesh, vegetables, and fruit. It is with the greatest pleasure that I take this opportunity of acknowledging my obligations to these gentlemen for the politeness and humanity of their behavior in their private capacity, and particularly to Mr. Douglas, who, being qualified by his knowledge of the French language to interpret between us, undertook that office with a courtesy and politeness which very much increased the value of the favor. After this, we parted, and at their leaving the ship, I saluted them with 9 guns. The next morning, the Shibanda was sent to acquaint me that the governor and council had confirmed the engagement which had been made with me on their behalf. Everything was now settled much to my satisfaction, except the procuring money for my bills upon the government of Great Britain, which the Shibanda said he would solicit. At 8 o'clock in the evening, he came on board again to let me know that there was not any person in the town who had money to remit to Europe, and that there was not $1 in the company's chest. I answered that as I was not permitted to go on shore to negotiate my bills myself, I hoped they would give me credit, offering him bills for any debt I should contract, or to pay it at Batavia. To this the Shibanda replied that the resident at Bonthain, the place to which I was going, would receive orders to supply me with whatever I should want, and would be glad to take my bills in return, as he had money to remit, and was himself to go to Europe the next season. He told me also that he had considerable property in England, being a denizen of that country. And, said the Shibanda, he has also money in my hands, with which I will purchase such things as you want from Macassar, and see that they are sent after you. Having specified what these articles were to be, and agreed with him for the quantity and the price. We parted. The next day, in the afternoon, I received a letter, signed by the Governor and Council of Macassar, containing the reasons why I was sent to Bonthain, and confirming the verbal agreement which subsisted between us. Soon after, the ensign Monsieur Le Cerf, the secretary of the council, and a pilot came on board to attend us to Bonthain. Le Cerf was to command the soldiers who were on board the guard boats, and the secretary, as we afterwards discovered, was to be a check upon the resident, whose name was Swelling Rebel. This gentleman's father died second governor at the Cape of Good Hope, where he married an English lady of the name of Fothergill. Mr. Swelling Rebel, the resident here, married the daughter of Cornelius Sinclair, who had been governor of Macassar, and died about 2 years ago in England, having come hither to see some of his mother's relations. The First Voyage of Captain James Cook, edited by John Hawkesworth. Volume 1, Book 3. An account of a voyage round the world in the years 1766, 1767, 1768, and 1769, by Philip Carteret, Esquire, Commander of His Majesty's sloop, the Swallow. Chapter 11. Transactions at Bonthain, while the vessel was waiting for a wind to carry her to Batavia, with some account of the place, the town of Macassar, and the adjacent country. The next morning at daybreak we sailed, and the day following in the afternoon we anchored in Bonthain Road with our 2 guard boats, which were immediately moored close in to the shore, to prevent the country boats from coming near us, and our boats from going near them. As soon as I arrived at this place, I altered our reckoning. I had lost about 18 hours in coming by the west, and the Europeans that we found here, having come by the east, had gained about 6, so that the difference was just a day. I immediately waited upon the resident, Mr. Swelling Rebel, who spoke English but very imperfectly, and having settled with him all matters relating to money and provisions, a house was allotted me near the seaside, and close to a little palisadoed fort of 8 guns, the only one in this place, which I converted into an hospital, under the direction of the surgeon. To this place, I immediately sent all the people who were thought incapable of recovering on board, and reserved the rest as a security against accidents. As soon as our people were on shore, a guard of 36 private men, 2 sergeants and 2 corporals, all under the command of Ensign Le Cerf, was set over them, and none of them were suffered to go more than 30 yards from the hospital, nor were any of the country people allowed to come near enough to sell them anything, so that our men got nothing of them, but through the hands of the Dutch soldiers, who abused their power very shamefully. When they saw any of the country people carrying what they thought our invalids would purchase, they first took it away, and then asked the price. What was demanded signified little. The soldier gave what he thought proper, which was seldom 1/4 of the value, and if the countryman ventured to express any discontent, he gave him immediately an earnest of perfect satisfaction by flourishing his broadsword over his head. This was always sufficient to silence complaint and send the sufferer quietly away, after which the soldier sold what he had thus acquired for profit of sometimes more than 1,000%. This behavior was so cruel to the natives and so injurious to us that I ventured to complain of it to the resident and the other 2 gentlemen, Le Cerf and the secretary. The resident, with becoming spirit, reprimanded the soldiers, but it produced so little effect that I could not help entertaining suspicions that Le Cerf connived at these practices and shared the advantages which they produced. I suspected him also of selling arrack to my people, of which I complained, but without redress, and I know that his slaves were employed to buy things at the market which his wife afterwards sold to us for more than twice as much as they cost. The soldiers were indeed guilty of many other irregularities. It was the duty of one of them by rotation to procure the day's provision for the whole guard, a service which he constantly performed by going into the country with his musket and a bag. Nor was the honest providitor always content with what the bag would contain, for one of them, without any ceremony, drove down a young buffalo that belonged to some of the country people, and his comrades, not having wood at hand to dress it when it was killed, supplied themselves by pulling down some of the palisados of the fort. When this was reported to me, I thought it so extraordinary that I went on shore to see the breach, and found the poor black people repairing it. On the 26th, a sloop laden with rice was sent out from this place in order to land her cargo at Macassar. But after having attempted it 3 days, she was forced to return. The weather was now exceedingly tempestuous, and all navigation at an end from east to west till the return of the eastern monsoon. On the same day, 2 large sloops that were bound to the eastward anchored here, and the next morning also a large ship from Batavia, with troops on board for the Banda Islands. But none of the crew of any of these vessels were suffered to speak to any of our people, our boats being restrained from going on board them, and theirs from coming on board us. As this was a mortifying restriction, we requested Mr. Swellingrabble to buy us some salt meat from the large ship, and he was so obliging as to procure us 4 casks of very good European meat, 2 of pork and 2 of beef. On the 28th, a fleet of more than 100 sail of the small country vessels, called proas, anchored here. Their burden is from 12 to 18 and 20 ton, and they carry from 16 to 20 men. I was told that they carried on a fishery round the island, going out with one monsoon and coming back with the other, so as always to keep under the lee of the land. The fish was sent to the China market, and I observed that all these vessels carried Dutch colours. No event worthy of notice happened till the 18th of January, and then I learnt by a letter from Macassar that the Dolphin had been at Batavia. On the 28th, the Secretary of the Council, who had been sent hither with Lasserre, as we suppose to be a check upon the resident, was recalled to Macassar. By this time our carpenter, having in a great degree recovered his health, examined the state of our vessel, and to our great regret she appeared to be very leaky. Our main yard also was found not only to be sprung, but to be rotten and unserviceable. We got it down and patched it up as well as we could, without either iron or a forge, so that we hoped it would serve us till we got to Batavia, for no wood was to be procured here, of which a new one could be made. To our leaks, very little could be done, and we were therefore reduced to an entire dependence upon our pumps. On Friday the 19th of February, Lasserre, the military officer who commanded the soldiers on shore, was recalled, as it was said, to fit out an expedition for the island of Bali. On the 7th of March, the largest of our guard boats, a sloop about 45 tons, was ordered back to Macassar with part of the soldiers. And on the 9th, the resident, Mr. Swellingrabble, received a letter from the governor of that place, inquiring when I should sail for Batavia. I must confess that I was surprised at the recall of the officer and the guard boat, but I was much more surprised at the contents of the governor's letter, because he knew that it was impossible I should sail till May, as the eastern monsoon would not sooner set in. All matters, however, remained in the same situation till near the end of the month, when some of my people took notice that for a short time past, a small canoe had gone round us several times at different hours of the night, and had disappeared as soon as those on board perceived any body stirring in the ship. On the 29th, while these things were the subjects of speculation, one of my officers who came from the shore brought me a letter, which he said had been delivered to him by a black man. It was directed to the commander of the English ship at Bonthain. That the reader may understand this letter, it is necessary to acquaint him that the Island of Celebes is divided into several districts, which are distinct sovereignties of the native princes. The town of Macassar is in a district called also Macassar, or Boney, the king of which is in alliance with the Dutch, who have been many times repulsed in an attempt to reduce other parts of the island, one of which is inhabited by a people called Buggases, and another is called Wags, or Tosora. The town of Tosora is fortified with cannon, for the natives had been long furnished with firearms from Europe, before the Dutch settled themselves at Macassar in the room of the Portuguese. The letter acquainted me that a design had been formed by the Dutch in conjunction with the King of Boney to cut us off, that the Dutch, however, were not to appear in it, that the business was to be done by a son of the King of Boney, who was, besides a gratuity from the Dutch, to receive the plunder of the vessel for his reward, and who, with 800 men, was then at Bonthain for that purpose. That the motive was jealousy of our forming a connection with the Burgesses and other people of the country who were at enmity with the Dutch and their allies and driving them out of the island, or at least a suspicion that, if we got back to England, some project of that kind might be founded upon the intelligence we should give, no English man of war, as I have already observed, having ever been known to have visited the island before. This letter was a new subject of surprise and speculation. It was extremely ill written with respect to the style and manner, yet it did not therefore the less deserve notice. How far the intelligence which it contained was true or false, I was utterly unable to determine. It was possible that the writer might be deceived himself. It was also possible that he might have some view in wilfully deceiving me. The falsehood might procure some little reward for the kindness and zeal which it placed to his account, or it might give him an importance which would at least be a gratification to his vanity. It behoved me, however, to take the same measures as if I had known it to be true, and I must confess that I was not perfectly at case when I recollected the recall of the secretary and Le Serre with the large sloop and part of the soldiers, who were said to have been sent hither for no other reason than to guard us against the insults of the country people, the assembling an armed force at Macassar, as it was said, for an expedition to Bali, and the little canoe that we had seen rowing round us in the night, not to mention the governor's inquiry by letter when we intended to leave the island. However, whether either our intelligence or conjectures were true or false, we immediately went to work. We rigged the ship, bent the sails, unmoored, got springs upon our cables, loaded all our guns, and barricadoed the deck. At night, everybody slept under arms, and the next day we warped the vessel farther off from the bottom of the bay, towards the eastern shore, that we might have more room, sixed 4 swivel guns on the forepart of the quarterdeck, and took every other measure that appeared to be necessary for our defence. The resident, Mr. Swellingrabble, was at this time absent 20 miles up the country upon the company's business, but had told me that he should certainly return on the 1st of April, a day which I now expected with great impatience, especially as an old drunken sergeant was the most respectable person at the fort. In the evening of the 31st, a packet of letters for him arrived here from Macassar, which I considered as a good omen, and a pledge of his return at the time appointed. But I conceived very different sentiments when I learnt that they were sent to him. I did not suspect that he was privy to any such design as had been intimated to me by the letter, but I could not help doubting whether he was not kept in the country that he might be out of the way when it should be executed. In this state of anxiety and suspense, I sent a message to the fort, desiring that an express might be dispatched to him, to acquaint him that I wished to see him immediately upon business of great importance, which would admit of no delay. Whether my message was forwarded to him or not, I cannot tell, but having waited till the 4th of April, without having seen him or received any answer, I wrote him a letter, requesting to speak with him in the most pressing terms, and the next day he came on board. A few minutes convinced me that he was wholly a stranger to any such design as I had been made to apprehend, and he was clearly of opinion that no such design had been formed. He said, indeed, that one Tomilali, a councillor or minister of the King of Boney, had lately paid him a visit, and had not well accounted for his being in this part of the country, and, at my request, he very readily undertook to make farther inquiries concerning him and his people. The resident and his attendants took notice that the ship was put into a state of defence, and that everything was ready for immediate action, and he told us that the people on shore had acquainted him, before he came on board, with our vigilance and activity, and in particular with our having exercised the ship's company at small arms every day. I informed him that we should, at all events, continue upon our guard, which he seemed to approve, and we parted with mutual protestations of friendship and good faith. After a few days, he sent me word that, having made a very strict inquiry whether any other persons belonging to the King of Boney had been at Bonthain, he had been credibly informed that one of the princes of that kingdom had been there in disguise, but that of the 800 men who were said in my intelligence to be with him, he could find no traces, so that, except they too, like the troops of the King of Brentford, were an army in disguise, I knew that no such people could be in that country. On the 16th, in the morning, the resident sent me word that Monsieur Le Cerf was returned from Macassar with another officer, and that they would come on board and dine with me. When dinner was over, I asked Le Cerf, among other conversation while we were taking our wine, what was become of his expedition to Bali, to which he answered dryly that it was laid aside, without saying anything more upon the subject. On the 23rd, he returned to Macassar by sea, and the other officer, who was also an ensign, remained to take the command of the soldiers that were still left at this place. The season now approached in which navigation to the westward would be again practicable, which gave us all great pleasure, especially as putrid diseases had begun to make their appearance among us, and a putrid fever had carried off one of our people. On the 7th of May, the resident gave me a long letter from the governor of Macassar, which was written in Dutch, and of which he gave me the best interpretation he was able. The general purport of it was that he had heard a letter had been sent to me charging him, in conjunction the King of Boney, with a design to cut us off. That the letter was altogether false, exculpating himself with the most solemn protestations, and requiring the letter to be delivered up, that the writer might be brought to such punishment as he deserved. It is scarcely necessary to say that I did not deliver up the letter, because the writer would certainly have been punished with equal severity whether it was true or false. But I returned the governor a polite answer, in which I justified the measures I had taken, without imputing any evil design to him or his allies. And indeed, there is the greatest reason to believe that there was not sufficient ground for the charge contained in the letter, though it is not equally probable that the writer believed it to be false. At daybreak on Sunday the 22nd of May, we sailed from this place, of which, and of the town of Macassar and the adjacent country, I shall say but little, there being many accounts of the Island of Celebes and its inhabitants already extant. The town is built upon a kind of point or neck of land, and is watered by a river or two, which either run through or very near it. It seems to be large, and there is water for a ship to come within half cannon shot of the walls. The country about it is level, and has a most beautiful appearance. It abounds with plantations and groves of cocoa-nut trees, with a great number of houses interspersed, by which it appears to abound with people. At a distance inland, the country rises into hills of a great height, and becomes rude and mountainous. The town lies in latitude 5 degrees 10 minutes or 5 degrees 12 minutes south, and longitude by account 117 degrees 28 minutes east of London. Bonthain is a large bay where ships may lie in perfect security during both the monsoons. The soundings are good and regular, and the bottom soft mud. Nor is there any danger coming in, but a ledge of rocks which are above water, and are a good mark for anchoring. The highest land in sight here is called Bonthain Hill, and when a ship is in the offing at the distance of 2 or 3 miles from the land, she should bring this hill north, or half west, and then run in with it and anchor. We lay right under it, at the distance of about a mile from the shore. In this bay, there are several small towns. That which is called Bonthain lies in the northeast part of the bay, and here is the small palisadoed fort that has been mentioned already, on which there are mounted 8 guns that carry a ball of about 8 pounds weight. It is just sufficient to keep the country people in subjection, and is intended for no other purpose. It lies on the south side of a small river, and there is water for a ship to come close to it. The Dutch resident has the command of the place, and of Bulacomba, another town which lies about 20 miles farther to the eastward, where there is such another fort and a few soldiers, who at the proper season are employed in gathering the rice, which the people pay as a tax to the Dutch. Wood and water are to be procured here in great plenty. We cut our wood near the river under Bonthain Hill. Our water was procured partly from that river and partly from another. When from the other, our boat went above the fort with the casks that were to be silled, where there is a good rolling way. But as the river is small and has a bar, the boat, after it is loaded, can come out only at high water. There are several other small rivers in the bay, from which water may be got upon occasion. We procured plenty of fresh provisions all the while we lay here at a reasonable rate. The beef is excellent, but it would be difficult to procure enough of it for a squadron. Rice may be had in any quantity, so may fowls and fruit. There are also abundance of wild hogs in the woods, which may be purchased at a low price, as the natives, being Mahometans, never eat them. Fish may be caught with the seine, and the natives at times supplied us with turtle. For this, like pork, is a dainty which they never touch. Celebes is the key of the Molucca, or Spice Islands, which, whoever is in possession of it, must necessarily command. Most of the ships that are bound to them, or to Banda, touch here, and always go between this island and that of Soleil. The bullocks here are the breed that have the bunch on the back, besides which the island produces horses, buffaloes, goats, sheep, and deer. The arrack and sugar that are consumed here are brought from Batavia. The latitude of Bonthain Hill is 5 degrees 30 minutes south, longitude by account 117 degrees 53 minutes east. The variation of the compass while we were here was 1 degree 16 minutes west. The tides are very irregular. Commonly, it is but once high water and once low water in 4 and 20 hours, and there is seldom 6 feet difference between them. The First Voyage of Captain James Cook, edited by John Hawksworth, Volume 1, Book 3. An account of a voyage round the world in the years 1766, 1767, 1768, and 1769, by Philip Carteret, Esquire, Commander of His Majesty's sloop, the Swallow. Chapter 12. Passage from Bonthain Bay in the Island of Celebes to Batavia. Transactions there, and the voyage round the Cape of Good Hope to England. When we left Bonthain Bay, we kept along the shore at the distance of 2 or 3 miles till evening, and then anchored for the night in the passage between the 2 islands of Celebes and Tonikaki in 7 fathom and a half, with a bottom of soft mud. The next morning, we got again under sail and took our departure from Tonikaki, which, according to my account, lies in latitude 5 degrees 31 minutes south, longitude 117 degrees 17 minutes east. The variation here was 1 degree west. We went to the southward of Tonikaki and stood to the west ward. About 3 o'clock in the afternoon, we were abreast of the eastermost of the islands, which in the Dutch charts are called Tonin's Islands. This island bore from us about north by west at the distance of 4 miles, and the 2 westermost were in sight. These 3 islands make a kind of right-angled triangle with each other. The distance between the eastermost and westermost is about 11 miles, and their relative bearings are very nearly east and west. The distance between the 2 westermost is nearly the same, and they bear to each other south, by E and N, by W. About 6 o'clock, having just sounded and got no ground, we suddenly found ourselves upon a shoal, with not 3 fathom, and the water being smooth and clear. We could see great crags of coral rocks under our bottom. We immediately threw all the sails aback, and happily got off without damage. We had just passed over the eastermost edge of it, which is as steep as a wall, for we had not gone back 2 cables' length before we were out of soundings again. At this time, we had the 2 westermost of the Tonin Islands in one, bearing north by west at the distance of somewhat more than 4 miles from the nearest. This is a very dangerous shoal, and is not laid down in any chart that I have seen. It seemed to extend itself to the southward and westward, all round the 2 westermost of these 3 islands, for near 6 miles, but about the eastermost island there seemed to be no danger. There was also a clear passage between this island and the other 2. The latitude of the eastermost and westermost of these islands is 5 degrees 31 minutes south. The eastermost is distant 34 miles due west from Tonikaki, and the westermost lies 10 miles farther. In the afternoon of the 25th, we found the water much discoloured, upon which we sounded, and had 35 fathom with soft mud. Soon after we went over the northernmost part of a shoal, and had no more than 10 fathom with soft mud. In this place, where we found the water shallowest, it was very foul. It seemed to be still shallower to the southward, but to the northward of us it appeared to be clear. We had no observation this day by which I could ascertain the latitude, but I believe this to be the northernmost part of the shoals that lie to the eastward of the island Madeira, and in the English East India pilot are called Braleron's Shoals, the same which in the Dutch charts are called Kalkane's Eilandens. By my reckoning, the part that we went over lies in 5 degrees 50 minutes or 5 degrees 52 minutes south, and 3 degrees 36 minutes to the westward of the island Tonikaki, or south 84 degrees 27 minutes west. Distance 69 leagues. At 11 o'clock the same night, we saw, to the northward of us, the southernmost of the islands, Salombo. I make its latitude to be 5 degrees 33 minutes south, and its longitude west of Tonikaki 4 degrees 4 minutes, at the distance of about 82 or 83 leagues. It bears from the last shoal NW by W, 3/4 W, at the distance of about 14 leagues. It is to be remarked that hereabout, off the island of Madeira, the winds of the monsoons are commonly a month later in settling than at Celebes. The variation here was not more than half a degree west, and we found the current, which before set to the southward, now setting to the north. W. In the afternoon of the 26th, we saw from the masthead the island of Lubac, and had soundings from 35 to 40 fathom, with a bottom of bluish clay. The latitude of this island is 5 degrees 43 minutes south, and its longitude 5 degrees 36 minutes west of Tonikaki, from which it is distant about 112 leagues. Its distance west from the islands of Salombo is 31 leagues. We went to the northward of this island and found a current setting to the WNW. In the evening of Sunday the 29th, we saw the cluster of small islands called Karimun Java. The latitude of the eastermost, which is also the largest, is 5 degrees 48 minutes south, and its longitude, west of Tonikaki, 7 degrees 52 minutes. From this island, it is distant about 158 leagues, and 45 leagues from Lubac. On Thursday, the 2nd of June, we hauled in and made the land of Java, which proved to be that part of the island which makes the eastermost point of the Bay of Batavia, called Karawawang Point. When we first got sight of the land, we had gradually decreased our soundings from 40 to 8 and 20 fathom, with a bottom of bluish mud. As we steered along the shore for Batavia, we decreased them gradually, still farther, to 13 fathom, the depth in which, night coming on, we anchored near the 2 small islands called Leiden and Alkmaar, in sight of Batavia. And in the afternoon of the next day, we anchored in the road, which is so good that it may well be considered as an harbour. We had now great reason to congratulate ourselves upon our situation, for during the whole of our passage from Celebes, the ship admitted so much water by her leaks that it was all we could do to keep her from finking, with 2 pumps constantly going. We found here 11 large Dutch ships, besides several that were less, 1 Spanish ship, a Portuguese snow, and several Chinese junks. The next morning, we saluted the town with 11 guns, and the same number was returned. As this was the birthday of His Britannic Majesty, our sovereign, we afterwards fired 1 and 20 guns more on that occasion. We found the variation here to be less than half a degree to the westward. In the afternoon, I waited upon the governor and acquainted him with the condition of the ship, desiring liberty to repair her defects, to which he replied that I must petition the council. On the 6th, therefore, which was council day, I addressed a letter to the governor and council, setting forth more particularly the condition of the ship, and after requesting leave to repair her, I added that I hoped they would allow me the use of such wharves and storehouses as should be necessary. In the afternoon of the next day, the shibanda, with Mr. Garrison, a merchant of the place, as interpreter, and another person, came to me. After the first compliments, the shibanda said that he was sent by the governor and council for a letter which they had heard I had received when I was at Bonthain, acquainting me that a design had been formed to cut off my ship, that the author of it, who had injured both me and their nation in the person of the governor of that place, might be punished. I readily acknowledged that I had received such information, but said that I had never told anybody it was by letter. The shibanda then asked me if I would take an oath that I had received no such letter as he had been directed to demand, to which I answered that I was surprised at the question, and desired that if the council had any such uncommon requisition to make of me, it might be in writing, and I would give such reply as, upon mature consideration, I should think proper. I then desired to know what answer he had been instructed to give to my letter concerning the resitting of the ship, upon which he told me that the council had taken offence at my having used the word hope and not written in the style of request, which had been invariably adopted by all merchants upon the like occasion. I replied that no offence was intended on my part, and that I had used the first words which occurred to me as proper to express my meaning. Thus we parted, and I heard nothing more of them till the afternoon of the 9th, when the shibanda and the same 2 gentlemen came to me a second time. The shibanda said that he was then commissioned from the council to require a writing under my hand, signifying that I believed the report of an intention formed at the Island of Celebes to cut off my ship was false and malicious, saying that he hoped I had a better opinion of the Dutch nation than to suppose them capable of suffering so execrable a fact to be perpetrated under their government. Mr. Garrison then read me a certificate, which, by order of the council, had been drawn up for me to sign. As, whatever was my opinion, I did not think it advisable to sign such a certificate, especially as it appeared to be made a condition of complying with my request by the delay of an answer during this solicitation. I desired the shibanda to show me his authority for the requisition he had made. He replied that he had no testimony of authority but the notoriety of his being a public officer and the evidence of the gentlemen that were with him, confirming his own declaration that he acted in this particular by the express order of council. I then repeated my request that whatever the council required of me might be given me in writing, that the sense of it might be fixed and certain, and that I might have time to consider of my reply. But he gave me to understand that he could not do this without an order from the council, and I then absolutely refused to sign the paper, at the same time desiring an answer to my letter, which they, not being prepared to give, we parted, not in very good humour with each other. After this, I waited in a fruitless expectation till the 15th, when the same 3 gentlemen came to me the 3rd time, and said they had been sent to tell me that the council had protested against my behaviour at Macassar, and my having refused to sign the certificate which had been required of me as an insult upon them, and an act of injustice to their nation. I replied that I was not conscious of having in any instance acted contrary to the treaties subsisting between the 2 kingdoms, unworthy of my character as an officer, honoured with a commission of His Britannic Majesty, or unsuitable to the trust reposed in me, though I did not think I had been used by the governor of Macassar as the subject of a friend and ally. desiring that if they had anything to allege against me, it might be reduced to writing and laid before the king my master, to whom alone I thought myself amenable. With this answer they again departed, and the next day, having not yet received any answer to my letter, I wrote a second, directed like the first, in which I represented that the ship's leaks were every day increasing, and urged in more pressing terms my request that she might be repaired and that the use of wharves and storehouses might be afforded me. On the 18th, the shebanda came again to me and acquainted me that the council had given orders for the repair of the ship at Onrust, and as there was no storehouse empty, had appointed one of the company's vessels to attend me and take in my stores. I inquired whether there was not an answer to my letter in writing, to which he answered in the negative, adding that it was not usual, a message by him or some other officer having been always thought sufficient. After this, I was supplied, for my money, with everything I could desire, from the company's stores, without any further difficulty. A pilot was ordered to attend me, and on the 22nd we anchored at Onrust, where, having cleared the ship and put her stores on board the company's vessel, we found the bowsprit and cap, as well as the main yard, rotten and altogether unserviceable, the sheathing everywhere eaten off by the worms, and the main planks of the ship's bottom so much damaged and decayed that it was absolutely necessary to heave her down before she could be sufficiently repaired to sail for Europe. But as other ships were already heaved down, and consequently the wars at this time preoccupied, the carpenters could not begin their work till the 24th of July. Under the hands of these people, the ship continued till Tuesday, the 16th of August. When they came to examine her bottom, they found it so bad that they were unanimously of opinion it should be schisted. This, however, I strenuously opposed. I knew she was an old ship, and I was afraid that if her bottom was opened, it might be found still worse than it was thought, and possibly so bad as that, like the Falmouth, she might be condemned. I therefore desired that a good sheathing only might be put over all, but the Bores, or master carpenter, would not consent, except I would certify under my hand that what should be done to the ship was not according to his judgment, but my own, which he said was necessary for his justification, if, after such repairs only as I thought sit to direct had been made, the ship should come short of her port. As I thought this a reasonable proposition, I readily complied. But as I was now become answerable for the fate of the ship, I had her carefully examined by my own carpenter and his mate, myself and officers always attending. The butt ends of the planks that joined to the stern were so open that a man's hand might be thrust in between. 7 chain plates were broken and decayed. The ironwork, in general, was in a very bad state. Several of the knees were loose, and some of them were broken. While I remained here, 2 ships belonging to our India Company put into this port, and we found, among other private ships from India, one called the Dudley from Bengal, which had proved so leaky that it was impossible to carry her back. Application had been made to the governor and council for leave to careen her, which had been granted. But as the wharfs had been kept in continual use, she had been put off above 4 months. The captain, not without reason, was apprehensive that he might be kept here till the worms had eaten through the bottom of his vessel, and knowing that I had received particular civilities from Admiral Houting, applied to me to intercede for him, which I was very happy to do with such success, that a wars was immediately allotted her. Monsieur Houting is an old man and an admiral in the service of the States, with the rank of Commander-in-Chief of their marine and the ships belonging to the company in India. He received his first maritime knowledge on board an English man of war, speaks English and French extremely well, and does honor to the service both by his abilities and politeness. He was so obliging as to give me a general invitation to his table, in consequence of which I was often with him, and it is with pleasure that I take this opportunity of making a public acknowledgement of the favors I received from him, and bearing this testimony to his public and private merit. He was, indeed, the only officer belonging to the company from whom I received any civility, or with whom I had the least communication, for I found them, in general, a reserved and supercilious set of people. The governor, although the servant of a republic, takes upon himself more state, in some particulars, than any sovereign prince in Europe. Whenever he goes abroad, he is attended by a party of horse guards, and 2 black men go before his coach, in the manner of running footmen, each having a large cane in his hand, with which they not only clear the way, but severely chastise all who do not pay the homage that is expected from people of all ranks, as well those belonging to the country as strangers. Almost everybody in this place keeps a carriage, which is drawn by 2 horses and driven by a man upon a box, like our chariots, but is open in front. Whoever in such a carriage meets the governor, either in the town or upon the road, is expected not only to draw it on one side, but to get out of it, and make a most respectful obeisance while His Excellency's coach goes by. Nor must any carriage that follows him drive past on any account, but keep behind him, however pressing be the necessity for haste. A very mortifying homage of the same kind is also exacted by the members of the council, called edelheren, for whoever meets them is obliged to stop his coach, and, though not to get out, to stand up in it and make his reverence. These edelheren are preceded by 1 black man with a stick, nor must any person presume to pass their carriage any more than that of the governor. These ceremonies are generally complied with by the captains of Indiamen and other trading ships, but having the honour to bear His Majesty's commission, I did not think myself at liberty to pay to a Dutch governor any homage which is not paid to my own sovereign. It is, however, constantly required of the king's officers, and 2 or 3 days after I came hither, the landlord of the hotel where I lodged told me he had been ordered by the shibanda to let me know that my carriage, as well as others, must stop if I should meet the governor or any of the council. But I desired him to acquaint the shibanda that I could not consent to perform any such ceremony. And upon his intimating somewhat about the black men with sticks, I told him that if any insult should be offered me, I knew how to defend myself, and would take care to be upon my guard, at the same time pointing to my pistols, which then happened to lie upon the table. Upon this he went away, and about 3 hours afterwards he returned, and told me he had orders from the governor to acquaint me that I might do as I pleased. The hotel at which I resided is licensed by the governor and council, and all strangers are obliged to take up their abode there, except officers in His Majesty's service who are allowed private lodgings, which, however, I did not choose. At this place I continued between 3 and 4 months, and during all that time I had the honour to see the governor but twice. The first time was at my arrival, when I waited upon him at one of his houses, a little way in the country. The next was in town, as he was walking before his house there, when I addressed him upon a particular occasion. Soon after the news of the Prince of Orange's marriage arrived here, he gave a public entertainment, to which I had the honour of being invited. But having heard that Commodore Tinker, upon a like occasion, finding that he was to be placed below the gentlemen of the Dutch council, had abruptly left the room, and was followed by all the captains of his squadron. And being willing to avoid the disagreeable dilemma of either sitting below the council or following the Commodore's example, I applied to the governor to know the station that would be allotted me before I accepted his invitation, and finding that I could not be permitted to take place of the council, I declined it. On both these occasions, I spoke to His Excellency by an English merchant who acted as an interpreter. The first time he had not the civility to offer me the least refreshment, nor did he the last time so much as ask me to go into the house. The defects of the ship were at length repaired, much to my satisfaction, and I thought she might then safely proceed to Europe, though the Dutch carpenters were of a different opinion. The proper season for sailing was not yet arrived, and my worthy friend, Admiral Hooting, represented that if I went to sea before the proper time, I should meet with such weather off the Cape of Good Hope as would make me repent it. But being very ill myself, and the people being fickly, I thought it better to run the risk of a few hard gales off the Cape, than remain longer in this unhealthy place, especially as the west monsoon was setting in, during which the mortality here is yet greater than at other times. On Wednesday, the 15th of September, therefore, we set sail from Onrust, where the ship had been refitted, without returning, as is usual, into Batavia Road. And as I was not well, I sent my lieutenant to take leave of the governor on my behalf and offer my service, if he had any dispatches for Europe. It was happy for me that I was able to procure a supply of English seamen here, otherwise I should not at last have been able to bring the ship home. For I had now lost no less than 24 of the hands I had brought out of Europe, and had 24 more so ill that 7 of them died in our passage to the Cape. On the 20th, we anchored on the southeast side of Prince's Island, in the Strait of Sunda, and the next morning I sent out the boats for wood and water. Of water, however, we could not get a sufficient quantity to complete our stock, for there had not yet been rain enough to supply the springs, the wet monsoon having but just set in. At this time we had the wind so fresh from the southeast, which made this part of the island a lee shore, that I could not get under sail till the 25th, when, it being more moderate, we weighed and worked over to the Java shore. In the evening we anchored in a bay called by some New Bay, and by others Canty Bay, which is formed by an island of the same name. We had 14 fathom water, with a sign sandy bottom. The peak of Prince's Island bore north, 13 west, the westermost point of New Island south, 82 west, and the eastermost point of Java that was in fight, northeast. Our distance from the Java shore was about 1.25 miles, and from the watering place 1.5 miles. New Bay is the best place for wooding and watering of any in these parts. The water is extremely clear, and so good that I made my people stave all that we had taken in at Batavia and Prince's Island, and supply it from this place. It is procured from a fine, strong run on the Java shore, which falls down from the land into the sea, and by means of a hose it may be laded into the boats, and the casks filled without putting them on shore, which renders the work very easy and expeditious. There is a little reef of rocks within which the boats go, and lie in as smooth water and as effectually sheltered from any swell, as if they were in a mill pond. Nor does the reef run out so far as to be dangerous to shipping, though the contrary is asserted in Herbert's Directory. And if a ship, when lying there, should be driven from her anchors by a wind that blows upon the shore, she may, with the greatest ease, run up the passage between New Island and Java, where there is sufficient depth of water for the largest vessel, and a harbour, in which, being landlocked, she will find perfect security. Wood may be had anywhere either upon Java or New Island, neither of which, in this part, are inhabited. Having in a few days completed our wood and water, we weighed and stood out of the Strait of Sunda, with a fine, fresh gale at southeast, which did not leave us till the island of Java was 700 leagues behind us. On Monday, the 23rd of November, we discovered the coast of Africa. At daybreak on the 28th, we made the tableland of the Cape of Good Hope, and the same evening anchored in the bay. We found here only a Dutch ship from Europe and a snow belonging to the place, which, however, was in the company's service, for the inhabitants are not permitted to have any shipping. Table Bay is a good harbour in summer, but not in winter, so that the Dutch will not permit any of their vessels to lie here longer than the 15th of May, which answers to our November. After that time, all ships go to False Bay, which is well sheltered from the northwest winds, which blow here with great violence. At this place we breathed a pure air, had wholesome food, and went freely about the country, which is extremely pleasant, so that I began to think myself already in Europe. We found the inhabitants open, hospitable, and polite, there being scarcely a gentleman in the place, either in a public or private station, from whom I did not receive some civility, and I should very ill deserve the favours they bestowed, if I did not particularly mention the first and second governor, and the fiscal. The recovery of my people made it necessary to continue here till the 6th of January, 1769. In the evening of this day I set sail, and before it was dark cleared the land. On the 20th, after a fine and pleasant passage, we made the island of St. Helena and set sail again on the morning of the 24th. At midnight on the 30th, we made the northeast part of the island of Ascension and brought to till daylight when we ran in close to it. I sent a boat out to discover the anchoring place, which is called Cross Hill Bay, while we kept running along the northeast and north side of the island till we came to the northwest extremity of it, and in the afternoon anchored in the bay we sought. The way to find this place at once is to bring the largest and most conspicuous hill upon the island to bear south, E. When the ship is in this position, the bay will be open, right in the middle between two other hills, the westermost of which is called Cross Hill and gives name to the bay. Upon this hill there is a flagstaff, which if a ship brings to bear south-southeast, half-east, or southeast by east, and runs in, keeping it so till the is in 10-fathom water, she will be in the best part of the bay. In our run along the northeast side of the island, I observed several other small sandy bays, in some of which my boat found good anchorage, and saw plenty of turtle, though they are not so convenient as this, where we had plenty of turtle too. The beach here is a fine white sand. The landing place is at some rocks which lie about the middle of the bay, and may be known by a ladder of ropes which hangs from the top to mount them by. In the evening I landed a few men to turn the turtle that should come on shore during the night, and in the morning I found that they had thus secured no less than 18, from 400 to 600 weight each, and these were as many as we could well stow on the deck. As there are no inhabitants upon this island, it is a custom for the ships that touch at it to leave a letter in a bottle, with their names and destination, the date, and a few other particulars. We complied with this custom, and in the evening of Monday the 1st of February, we weighed anchor and set sail. On Friday the 19th, we discovered a ship at a considerable distance to leeward in the southwest quarter, which hoisted French colours. She continued in sight all day, and the next morning we perceived that she had greatly outsailed us during the night. She made a tack, however, in order to get farther to windward, and as it is not usual for ships to turn to windward in these parts, it was evident that she had tacked in order to speak with us. By noon, she was near enough to hail us, and to my great surprise, made use both of my name and that of the ship, inquiring after my health, and telling me that after the return of the Dolphin to Europe, it was believed we had suffered shipwreck in the Strait of Magellan, and that 2 ships had been sent out in quest of us. I asked, in my turn, who it was that was so well acquainted with me and my ship, and with the opinions that had been formed of us in Europe after the return of our companion, and how this knowledge had been acquired. I was answered that the ship which hailed us was in the service of the French East India Company, commanded by Monsieur Bougainville, that she was returning to England from the Isle of France, that what was thought of the Swallow in England had been learnt from the French Gazette at the Cape of Good Hope, and that we were known to be that vessel by the letter which had been found in the bottle at the Island of Ascension a few days after we had left that place. An offer was then made of supplying me with refreshments, if I wanted any, and I was asked if I had any letters to send to France. I returned thanks for the offer of refreshments, which, however, was a mere verbal civility, as it was known that I had lately sailed from the places where Monsieur Bougainville himself had been supplied. But I said that I had received letters for France from some gentleman of that country at the Cape, and if he would send his boat on board, they should be delivered to his messenger. Thus was an occasion furnished for what I have reason to believe was the principal object of Monsieur Bougainville in speaking with us. A boat was immediately sent on board, and in her a young officer, dressed in a waistcoat and trousers. Whether he was thus dressed by design I shall not determine, but I soon perceived that his rank was much superior to his appearance. He came down to me in my cabin, and after the usual compliments had passed, I asked him how he came to go home so soon in the season. to which he replied that there had been some disagreement between the governor and inhabitants of the Isle of France, and that he had been sent home in haste with dispatches. This story was the more plausible, as I had heard of the dispute between the governor and inhabitants of the Isle of France from a French gentleman who came from thence at the Cape of Good Hope. Yet I was not perfectly satisfied, for supposing Monsieur Bougainville to have been sent in haste to Europe with dispatches, I could not account for his losing the time which it cost him to speak with me. I therefore observed to this gentleman that although he had accounted for his coming before the usual time from the Isle of France, he had not accounted for his coming at an unusual time from India, which must have been the case. To this, however, he readily replied that they had made only a short trading voyage on the western coast of Sumatra. I then inquired what commodities he had brought from thence, and he answered, cocoa nut oil and rattans. But, said I, these are commodities which it is not usual to bring into Europe. It is true, said he, but these commodities we left at the Isle of France, the oil for the use of the island, and the rattans for ships which were to touch there in their way to China. And in exchange we took in another freight for Europe. This freight, I think he said, was pepper, and his whole tale being at least possible, I asked him no more questions. He then told me he had heard at the Cape that I had been with Commodore Byron at Falkland's Islands. And, said he, I was on board the French ship that met you in the Strait of Magellan, which must have been true, for he mentioned several incidents that it was otherwise highly improbable he should know, particularly the storeships running aground, and many of the difficulties that occurred in that part of the strait which we passed together. By this conversation, he contrived to introduce several inquiries concerning the western part of the strait, the time it cost me to get through, and the difficulties of the navigation. But perceiving that I declined giving any account of these particulars, he changed his subject. He said, he had heard that we lost an officer and some men in an engagement with the Indians, and taking notice that my ship was small and a bad sailor, he insinuated that we must have suffered great hardship in so long a voyage. But, said he, it is thought to be safer and pleasanter sailing in the South Sea than anywhere else. As I perceived that he waited for a reply, I said that the great ocean, called the South Sea, extended almost from one pole to the other, and therefore, although that part of it which lay between the tropics might justly be called the Pacific, on account of the trade winds that blow there all the year. Yet, without the tropics, on either side, the winds were variable, and the seas turbulent. In all this, he readily acquiesced, and finding that he could not draw from me anything to satisfy his curiosity by starting leading subjects of conversation, he began to propose his questions in direct terms and desired to know on which side the equator I had crossed the South Seas. As I did not think proper to answer this question and wished to prevent others of the same kind, I rose up somewhat abruptly, and I believe with some marks of displeasure. At this, he seemed to be a little disconcerted, and I believe was about to make an apology for his curiosity, but I prevented him by desiring that he would make my compliments to his captain, and in return for his obliging civilities, present him with one of the arrows that had wounded my men, which I immediately went into my bedroom to fetch. He followed me, looking about him with great curiosity, as indeed he had done from the time of his first coming on board, and having received the arrow, he took his leave. After he was gone, and we had made sail, I went upon the deck, where my lieutenant asked me if my visitor had entertained me with an account of his voyage. This led me to tell him the general purport of our conversation, upon which he assured me that the tale I had heard was a fiction for, says he, the boat's crew could not keep their secret so well as their officer, but after a little conversation told one of our people, who was born at Quebec and spoke French, that they had been round the globe as well as we. This naturally excited a general curiosity, and with a very little difficulty we learnt that they had sailed from Europe in company with another ship, which, wanting some repair, had been left at the Isle of France. that they had attempted to pass the Strait of Magellan the first summer, but not being able, had gone back and wintered in the River de la Plata. That the summer afterwards they had been more successful, and having passed the strait, spent 2 months at the island of Juan Fernandez. My lieutenant told me also that a boy in the French boat said he had been upon that island 2 years, and that while he was there, an English frigate put into the road but did not anchor, mentioning the time as well as he could recollect, by which it appeared that the frigate he had seen was the Swallow. On the boy's being asked how he came to be so long upon the island of Juan Fernandez, he said that he had been taken upon the Spanish coast in the West Indies in a smuggling party, and sent thither by the Spaniards. But that by the French ship, in whose boat he came on board us, having touched there, he had regained his liberty. After having received this information from my lieutenant, I could easily account for Monsieur Bougainville's having made a tack to speak to me, and for the conversation and behaviour of my visitor. But I was now more displeased at the questions he had asked me than before, for if it was improper for him to communicate an account of his voyage to me, it was equally improper for me to communicate an account of my voyage to him. And I thought an artful attempt to draw me into a breach of my obligation to secrecy, while he imposed upon me by a fiction that he might not violate his own, was neither liberal nor just. As what the boat's crew told my people differs in several particulars from the account printed by Monsieur Bougainville, I shall not pretend to determine how much of it is true. But I was then very sorry that the lieutenant had not communicated to me the intelligence he received, such as it was, before my guest left me, and I was now very desirous to speak with him again. But this was impossible, for though the French ship was foul from a long voyage, and we had just been cleaned, she shot by us as if we had been at anchor, notwithstanding we had a fine, fresh gale and all our sails set. On the 7th of March, we made the Western Islands, and went between St. Michael and Terceira. In this situation we found the variation 13 degrees 36 minutes west, and the winds began to blow from the southwest. The gale, as we got farther to the westward, increased, and on the 11th, having got to west-northwest, it blew very hard, with a great sea. We scudded before it with the foresail only, the foot rope of which suddenly breaking, the sail blew all to pieces before we could get the yard down, though it was done instantly. This obliged us to bring the ship to, but having, with all possible expedition, bent a new foresail and got the yard up, we bore away again. This was the last accident that happened to us during the voyage. On the 16th, being in latitude 49 degrees 15 minutes north, we got soundings. On the 18th, I knew by the depth of water that we were in the channel, but the wind being to the northward, we could not make land till the next day, when we saw the start point. And on the 20th, to our great joy, we anchored at Spithead, after a very fine passage, and a fair wind all the way from the Cape of Good Hope. This is the end of Philip Carteret's account of Captain Cook's first voyage. Thank you for listening.